But our 2024 Federal AI Summit, and I was just talking, we've done maybe about 50 or 60 of these over the last 10 years. And this is the first one we didn't do in DC. And we decided to try work with our friends here at Carahsoft. And we found out during pandemic and people weren't going back to the office that they lived out here. A lot of folks, of course, some of you are from DC and you have to reverse commute to get out here. But we really appreciative of our Carahsoft partners. Want to thank Craig Abod and Mary Lang and Mike Schrader, as well as Mike Adams, who is Carahsoft's AI program executive. Mike, are you in the room? There you are. He's back there. He's wrangling up all these AI companies together for Carahsoft. Thank you. We're gonna get right into it. We've got a great day planned. We've got some fantastic partners. I've already worked with Kristen on Pluralsight. I didn't have a pen. We've got some hot sauce over at Gavini. I'm a big hot sauce person, so we've got some good tchotchkes, but seriously, we have some of the leading technology providers in the world, right? And I think that's one thing about the United States. We have the best companies here in the United States as compared to Europe and Asia. So we got some great solutions here. They're ready to not try to sell you, but more to show their solutions. So I would encourage you on the breaks, definitely spend time with them. I'm going to get right into it. I'm really excited to have Alexis Bonnell is our keynote. She's the Chief Information Officer and Director of Digital Capabilities Directorate within the Air Force Research Laboratory, housed, of course, in the U.S. Air Force. And from my understanding, she's got a brand new presentation that she's going to try out on us. So I don't want to hype her up too much, but prepare to be dazzled. Welcome. Thanks, Alexis.
All right. No promising of dazzling, but I am really excited to be here today and to share with you. I have made a spicy deck. I have to admit it is a little spicy, and part of that is because there are going to be so many great conversations. And can everyone hear me okay in the back? Yeah, we're good. Yes. Okay. There are going to be so many great conversations with incredible AI leaders today, and so I didn't actually want to talk about all of the things that they're going to talk about, which are really important. What I wanted to actually do is let you know, as someone who has been navigating AI in government now for and private sector, about 10 years, what I think the conversations are that we're not happy, and the perspectives that maybe, quite frankly, are frustrating to me right now about where the conversation is, and a little bit about what I've learned and what I'm paying attention to when we think about AI, and kind of where, in many cases, where my values lie. And I think it's really important to understand that, because the way that I look at technology, to get a peek inside my head, is that technology is simply a manifestation of the relationship with knowledge we want to have, of our values, of the behaviors that we want our organization and employees to do. It is not about the system or the tech or the platform. It is, in essence, how that technology makes us better, helps us meet the mission. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that today. So that's me. What I will also tell you is that every image, I think more or less in this deck, was done with AI. So, you're going to see lots of fun, amazing images. And many of you know, if you put fingers to keyboard, how easy this is to do. All right. There's a bunch about me. It's really boring, so we're going to skip that. The number one thing I really, really want you to understand, where I would love to see the conversation on AI shift, is stop talking about the AI. Artificial intelligence, I wish it was called augmented intelligence. I actually think that would be a better encapsulation. But AI is really about the relationship with knowledge that we want to have. And it's about a fundamental shift in being able to have that relationship at knowledge at speed, right? And at depth and at scale that we have never had before, but we're ready for it. And I'll tell you why. We have a history of steps that are leading us as humans to this point. But one of the things I really want to highlight for people is that I don't think we understand how much has shifted in the last 3 years. So historically, when we think about, DoD or government, we really think about a time horizon that has historically been about 5 to 15, maybe 5 to 20 years. And if you think about that, things, may seem new, but that's actually a pretty gradual change cycle. We can kind of get into something, we can kind of get good at it, it becomes legacy. The game has fundamentally changed. That change cycle has gone from 5 to 15 years down to 6 months to 1.2 years. And I say this as a way of having empathy for ourselves, right? If things feel more, faster, we have leaders that have kind of this simmering, constant buzz of anxiety, it's because we actually have to now adapt faster. But let's take that down to what that means at the human level, because each of us are navigating this reality at a human level. What it means is that each of you will make a minimum of 5 times more decisions now than you did 2 to 3 years ago. I want that to sink in. 5 times minimum. For some of us, it could be 10 times, 30 times more decisions than you did before. All of this changed in the last 2 to 3 years. It wasn't just a COVID thing, that was an accelerator, but a lot of it is because of where the technology is, how easy it is, but it's also because of a few other things. One thing that means is if we accept the fact that change is happening faster, and we accept the fact that we're going to have to make more decisions faster, what that means is we're going to have to become comfortable being uncomfortable. And what I mean by that is that in government and DoD, we really want to make the right answer, right? We want to make the right decision. And I think what's really important is we may no longer have a strategic land map where there is a right decision. There's going to be a right for now, right? And so if you don't know, Hiroshi Mikitani has something called the rule of 3 and 10. And what he, in essence, found as he was looking at organizations is that, in essence, everything in them breaks as you grow in size by 3, or in essence, the power of 10. So if we look at the kind of impact of technologies that we're navigating now, AI being a really critical one, it shouldn't be surprising to us that all of the things that kind of used to work are changing, are breaking. And so this question of how is it that we become comfortable with being change leaders, right? So the other thing that completely changed in the last 2 to 3 years is that 90% of the world's data came online. 90%. That doesn't mean it was all invented. It means it became accessible. And again, if we think about our relationship with information and knowledge before, our relationship with knowledge was very much based on control, on structure, right? And what that meant is that, usually between 8 to 16% of our information, we had perfectly gathered, cleaned, structured, organized, usually built an ERP around, and that was our knowledge. But we all know that wasn't actually our knowledge. Our knowledge was in after action reports and in research in my case, and in lots of amazing kind of treasure. And all of that was unstructured, right? All of that meant that when we made daily decisions, it wasn't really being factored in. And this again is a really interesting, amazing wake-up call for us of what does it mean to put all of your knowledge on the table? Really, what does it strategically mean? And what does it mean to have a relationship with knowledge that is not just about control, but is about curiosity, that is about catalyzation, right? If we have to adapt to a changing paradigm, we have to have people be able to exercise curiosity. This is, in essence, the world in terms of knowledge, everything moving, every piece of information. This is our world right now, right? And so part of you should feel pretty overwhelmed, dang, there's a lot of information flowing, right? All over every moment of every day. This is another reason on why I'd really encourage us to not think about a lot of the technologies we've historically thought about as commodities in that way. Cloud, compute, other types of those technologies are not commodities. If we buy them that way, we are going to underprepare ourselves for our missions and for this reality that you're seeing on the screen. So I'm going to ask you, and please, someone has to play with me and participate. What is the most powerful weapon and most precious resource on Earth today? This is as per Alexis, right? So people can argue with me, but throw some things out there. Data, human brain, time, expertise. I like all of those answers. Those are all actually really good. What I would submit to you is it's attention. It's attention. If you look, I came from Google before this role. If you look at why there are companies that are the equivalent of nation state players, they trade in attention. If you look at whether or not we're going to be in a particular conflict or not, a particular element, it's going to be based on where our society has attention and appetite, right? So I really want us to recognize that attention is a really critical resource, and that has everything to do with why AI, why now. So our biology does not follow Moore's law. Attention is the most important mental resource of any organism on Earth. You know, with dogs, their sense of smell is 1,000,000 times better than ours. So who here has ever had has a dog, sniffing something, you'd call them and your dog completely ignores you, right? Because they are zoned in, right, on that smell, because their attention is tied to smell. That is how they have been wired, right? We only can process 120 bits per second. I want you to think back to that video of all of that data moving. We can only process 120 bits per second. The squirrel, literally, their attention is tied to one phrase: nets and predators, nets and predators, nets and predators, nets and predators, right? That's how they function. And so I guess what I want to share with you is that I actually was not a big fan of AI, but what brought me around is the fact that I started to realize if everything's changing, if I have to navigate more information than ever, and quite frankly, to be a great public servant, I got to make evidence-driven decisions, right? Information-driven decisions, assign resources based on something, right? Based on information. So if I have more information than ever, I need, and I want to have a relationship with all my knowledge, I need an ally, right? I need a super processor to help me have that relationship with knowledge. Otherwise, quite frankly, I am shirking my duty as a leader in this moment in time. It is my job to make the best informed decisions, and all of a sudden I'm presented with more information than ever. How do I do that? And this is really where, again, I like to think about AI at a personal level. That is augmenting me, right? I got my own, each of us have our own superhuman, superhero-like skill sets, right? I'm particularly good at a few things. So the point is, how do I use AI to up my game, right? To augment me, and how do we use it in our missions? So the other thing, and I'm gonna nod to Grok because I stole this slide from them, so appreciate that very much. Again, what we really have to do, though, when we're confronted with all of this information, with all of this ability to have a relationship with knowledge, what in my case, and we talk about national security, what we've really got to do is ask what if faster than the adversary, right? We've really got to model and say, what are we ready for? That's our job, right? To be ready to outpace the adversary. And that means we have to ask what if faster than them. And the reason why I like this is because if you think about it, a lot of it is like playing scenarios, right? So if we look at some of these common games, in tic-tac-toe, there's 9 potential moves, right? Chess, 30 moves. Go. And for many of you who've been in AI for a while, you know that AlphaGo and the fact that when the computer kind of beat the grandmaster, that was a wake-up call, right? Because this is really complex strategy. But I want to pose something to you. What happens in that moment where you've got a what if faster, right? And this is my point on where cloud and compute are not commodities. Because if I have an opportunity to run 8 scenarios in 10 seconds versus 800 scenarios in 10 seconds, which would you want to go into battle with? The evidence of 800 scenarios or the evidence of 8, right? And so again, it's really critical for us to think about the fact that in this moment, it is our responsibility to augment how we think, what we know, and our relationship with knowledge. But this isn't coming out of the blue, right? We know AI has been around for a long time, but what I want to highlight for us is our relationship with knowledge. We're constantly changing it, right? So who here still uses find and replace? Come on, I use it, right? And I want you to think about like how amazing it was when that came out, right? All of a sudden, I could take, John's great work and be like, John got this like 90% right. So I'm just going to take John's name off and I'm going to put Alexis or other organization, right? And quite frankly, in government, we want that. No one has to reinvent a policy 6 times over when someone else did a pretty good job at it, right? And so I highlight this because this was a moment when our relationship with knowledge changed, right? When we could personalize things out there. This was another moment, right? Word clouds, where all of a sudden I could see weighting and insight and information that I couldn't necessarily see before. And this is where information became very contextualized to us, right? We started recognizing the value of kind of the weight of emotions and feelings and biases and things like that. No surprise, right? This was a pretty big change. What I want to highlight though for folks is that I was really surprised when I found out that, Google, like many of you know this already, Google is not the first search engine, right? Does anyone know what number it was? Sorry? It was, yeah, AskJeeves was one of the first, but Google was the 11th search engine. Why it was successful was because it functioned from a place of empathy, meaning every other search engine expected you to know exactly what word to use, exactly what to say, and if you didn't get it right, you didn't get the result that you needed. Google was like, I think you mean this. Do you mean this? Like, maybe you mean this. Like, maybe you kind of misspelled it, but is this helpful to you, right? And I highlight that because we have to appreciate the way that technology started to meet our humanity, right? And our humanness. And this is really what's exciting about where AI is now as well. One of the things I think that doesn't get discussed enough when we talk about emerging technologies is the fact that the first thing we have to navigate with the technology is our identity, right? What does this mean for me? And we're really bad at that, right? What we do is we focus on the do. We're going to do this now. We're going to use this tool. But we don't bring people along to say, well, how do I need someone to think differently? How do I need someone to feel differently in relation to this tool, this emerging technology we're asking them for? And so in the case of AI, we in essence have people saying things like, the AI wants to take my job, right? The AI does whatever we tell it to do with the information we tell it to do it with. It does not have intent. How many of you here in the room, like me, have a dog that gives you like those guilty eyes, kind of makes you feel guilty and you kind of give them a treat, right? I see in the back of the room, okay, a couple of us. So what's really interesting about that is I am convinced, right, that my Chihuahua has like a master, like Pinky in the Brain master plan, right? Like she does this and that's supposed to trigger me to do this. And she does this and she's got me trained, right? The reality is that I'm assigning things to my Chihuahua that don't exist, right? My Chihuahua does not actually run a guilt trip, right? But I assign intent. I assign values. And so one of the things that's really important, I think, for us as people who care about the impact that AI can make is we have to stop indulging the conversation of the AI will. That it is not appropriate for us to absolve ourselves of what the AI does. Because again, the AI does what we tell it to do with the information we tell it. So please help me in helping people stop saying the AI does or the AI will. No, it's you doing. It's you are willing. It is you are structuring, and owning that is critical to our conversation. To drive this home, one of the kind of small pieces of research I got to do was to understand, really where like where people got their ideas around emerging technologies. And particularly, you'll see in these headlines, some of them are red, some of them are yellow, some of them are green. And I kind of categorize them, right? The green ones were fairly positive, red ones were fairly negative, and the yellow were neutral. What was really interesting, I found, is that for most people, whatever the last three things they had heard about a technology, could be a meme, could be a news article, could be a little something that scrolled on top, whatever the last three things they read, heard, or experienced was what they thought about it. No obligation to actually look into it for themselves, no actual testing or using, right? And I call this out because I think it's really important that we don't get stuck in this tropism of like repeating, oh, I heard this or this or this. It's really important that we actually have a relationship and test these things and know them for ourselves. The other thing I really want to highlight is that I actually don't think we celebrate enough how much we are navigating and how quickly. And what I mean by that is the automobile was invented in 1885. When that happened, and when especially in the kind of 1905, 1910, 1920s range, when it really started to kind of come into play, there were two major positions on the automobile in the media. One was the automobile is a tool of the rich that kills people, pollutes, is dangerous, and should really be squashed for all of mankind. And the other was, this is going to be revolutionary, it's going to change everything, etc. That debate went on for 20 years. 20 years. We have been having conversations around bias and AI at this type of scale for really about 2, 3, right? So I want to point something out that happened in that 2 or 3 years. And I don't mean to say this because I don't think bias or those types of things are an issue. I think many of you probably saw the overcorrection, right, that Google did with their, with Gemini. But I want to highlight something about the car. Invented in 1885, seat belts didn't come into play until 1959. So you have a dialogue about it being a dangerous tool of the rich, and you have all of this time before we actually put a seatbelt in it. Meanwhile, in the discussion about AI, and why I'm actually quite hopeful about what we're navigating together, is that this is an example when the whole conversation around bias came out, and the idea that AI actually wasn't necessarily well trained on different skin tones or for other types of bias. It wasn't just the AI that got held accountable. This is the pixel. And I want you to look at the first two pictures on the left, is that it wasn't actually necessarily even a problem in some cases with the algorithm. It was that the camera and the lens hadn't been designed to take in the incredible array of pigment and melanin that we all have. And so not only did the conversation that we had around bias change what we did algorithmically and things like that, but actually almost every major phone camera lens on Earth changed, right? And all of a sudden you had training data that was actually accurate and representative of people. Now, I want you to remember back, no one was, at the time that I remember at least, was going after the Android or the iPhone and saying your lens isn't good enough, right? But the follow-on, so if we take the lens compared to the seatbelt example, in a very short time, we fixed it, right? Or at least we got a little bit better. And that's what I want us to take a little bit of hope in the AI conversation, because if every conversation is always negative, is always how it's not good enough, and we don't take the time to say, actually, we made it better. We can do that, right? We can demand more of our technology. It's really important for us to have that type of relationship as well. Now, who sees the Chihuahua first? Chihuahua biased right here. Who's hungry and saw the blueberry muffin first? All right, not too many, because you got some good blueberry muffins back there, right? But one of the other things I want to talk about with bias is that we have to be very careful about over-indexing. So right now, when someone says bias, everyone here, I'm going to imagine, is like bad. Bias is bad. And in most of the cases, that's true. But I want us to remember something. Bias is also the way that we navigate our experience, our expertise. It is the way when we talk about your mind not having a lot of attention, right? The way it exercises, for example, I can take 3 routes to get here in the morning. The way I exercise, I don't even think about which way I go, right? Because my bias tells me kind of automatically this morning, this time of day, this whatever, this is the best way to go. And so what's I think really important about AI is a lot of people both worry about bias, but they also worry about, the fact that AI is going to dumb everything down, right? It's going to become some kind of middle wash thing. And I want to highlight the fact that what I get out of AI is based on my brain, right? It is based on the experience I have. The way that I query is unique and special to me because I have a unique and special kind of set of expectation or relationship with knowledge. And this is one of the reasons I want to be really clear on why I talk about AI as a relationship with knowledge and not data. Data and information are there. What we do with it, right, when it matches our experience, our expertise, et cetera, that is when it becomes knowledge, right? When it becomes applied in the context for us. How are we doing on time? No, I'm almost done. I'm going to get through some things really quickly, but I want to make sure. So the other thing is that, again, if AI is what we choose to do, with what information, et cetera, then this is really the biggest and most important slide, right? Is where are we on the AI intentionality line? And what I mean by that is where do we want it to be the machine and where do we want it to be us? And what's really important to me about this is what this means is not all AI use cases are the same. And I'd really, really encourage, folks, a lot of times what happens, especially in government or big organizations, is there's this kind of like AI, it's all potentially, really dangerous and really sticky. And we're going to have this very convoluted governance structure around it. And the reality is that some things don't really need that. Some things are pretty straightforward, right? So if you're going to use a very well-established translation, AI in order to help more of your constituents get access to information, that's a pretty low risk, right for equity type of use case. But if you're putting that through the same process that you would, for example, of something that's much more sensitive, let's say, benefits or fraud assignment or something like that, you're not going to, quite frankly, you're not going to end up doing the first one. And you really should, because it's actually really helpful, for people to have greater equity because they speak the language or because they can access something. So, one of the things I think that's really important, and I'll use an example on the low human kind of fairness or impact. I got to work with one of the big UN agencies, and in particular on kind of their AI approach. And if you think about it, one of the things that happens around the world is, things like locusts or pest, spreads can take out entire, entire crops of villages and communities. In that case, they could actually use AI to kind of take picture, detect that, predict the spread, et cetera. I am not worried about the PII of the grasshopper. Seriously, it's not a worry. Right? So that should not necessarily be treated as the same, if we go to the right, on whether or not that individual is going to get, 1 bag of food assistance, 2 bags of food assistance, et cetera, right? That is much more a fairness issue. And so one of the things that I would like us to also have when we talk about the conversation is we're humans, we're good at nuance. Why aren't we applying it when it comes to AI? Why are we letting this conversation get hijacked into some big AI instead of saying, what are we trying to do? Let's be realistic. Let's use these tools where they're helpful and let's create parameters around them so that we're actually encouraged to use them when they're the right, light use case. And then more importantly, let's be really intentional about where we say, we really want a human to make that call. And it may be great to organize information for them, but ultimately, this is where we want to put the human in the loop. Now, this is like my particular pet peeve right now. So I appreciate your indulgence. I think there are three ironies of the conversation around trust right now in AI. And each of these pictures represents one. The first is that we want to have this conversation where AI has to be trustworthy. I've got to, I have to be able to trust AI. I find this very ironic because we're talking about a time right now where most people don't trust government. They don't trust media. They don't trust anyone in the other political party. They probably don't trust their neighbor. We're talking about a time where trust is at an all-time low. And yet we're expecting our technology and our AI to somehow be a better version of our own behavior. And so part of what I want to make sure when we have trust conversations is the opportunity to actually say, where do we actually have to make trust better point blank, right? The AI is only going to ultimately reflect the best or worst of who we are. And so let's not make the trust issue simply an AI problem. This is a bigger problem, right? And if we don't approach it that way, we are not going to have a trust solution when it comes to our technology. The second one, and this is particularly, for an irony for me right now, is that, we're seeing lots of government agencies in essence say, oh, you can't use ChatGPT or fill in the blank or whatever, that can't do that. I find it very ironic that in my case, we're going to trust someone with a gun. We're going to trust them with a $35 million plane. We're going to trust them with lots of things. And in fact, if you look at this picture, look at the things we trust that soldier with. But we're not going to trust you with ChatGPT. I'm glad you laughed, right? Because it's kind of laughable, right? And I don't say that, I understand, then let's train people to use the tools in the way we want them to use them, the same way we do any other tool, right? But the knee-jerk reaction of just stop is not where our nation can afford to be right now. And so again, for those of us who are navigating this, there are reasonable ways, to do this. And I would love to see the conversation be about how do we find those reasonable ways? What does that look like? What are the good, advice that we can give people? And the final one is this idea of kind of transparency and predictability. So everyone kind of wants, I want fully transparent AI. I want fully transparent, I want fully predictable. And I get that. And there's certainly elements of AI that can be that. But I want to ask you this. Just imagine how elated my husband would be if my operating system was predictable. I can tell all the married people laughed at that, right? And the reality was that's not actually the relationship with knowledge or with people or with a moment of time in our information flow that we have, right? And so this kind of I want us to remember that we are the ultimate black box, right? And that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be striving for predictability and things like that. But again, along the spectrum, we just have to be realistic when we ask a tool to be a reflection of ourselves, our knowledge, et cetera. If we were all perfectly predictable, that'd be a very different world, right? All right, and the final thing I want to leave you with is the fact that ultimately this is about time. So if we're moving faster than ever, and for those of you who haven't used an image creator yet, I will give you a little snip on this image. All I did was go in and say, give me a picture of two generals facing off in a future battlefield with a countdown clock in the middle. That's all I said. I'm an artist, right? And look at that. But I think this is really important, right? So when I look at it from a national security perspective, the only thing that our adversaries and we have the exact same amount of is time. We've talked about a rapidly changing landscape. We talked about incredible amounts of information. And we talked about AI's ability to help us have a relationship with that at scale. Now let's talk about speed. And let's talk about our relationship with speed and hold us accountable to that. So if the only thing we have that is exact same as time, why don't we treat time like a weapons platform? Why do we not actually respect and use time in a way to our advantage? And what I mean by that is, in my mind, and especially as a digital leader, I have to look at a minute as important as a missile, right? Because it is. Because what I do now, what we spend our time on now, matters based on giving me options later when they really matter. And what I find really interesting about this in particular is, what is it that we do? We say, it's just 5 minutes. It's just an hour. It's just 4 more things to put on the RMF, checklist. It's just. And I think we really need to kind of come to grips with the fact that we don't have a relationship with time like we used to. And if we are not intentional about how we use it, we are doing our missions a disservice. So I'd like to propose, that we think collectively about how we create wormholes in time together. How do we use tools like AI to go from our current state to our future state faster? How do we cheat time? How, in my case, do we wormhole the OODA loop, right? How do I go from options to action faster? Where do we want time? This is the most important thing that you can ask yourselves about AI. Where do I want time? Do I want it in being able to process decisions? Do I want my people to not have to fill out that form anymore? Do it. But if you're going to have a conversation about AI, start with 2 questions. What are the relationship with knowledge I want to have? And what is the relationship with time or the behaviors that I want people to exercise more of at the end of it? So my hypothesis is we can actually turn toil into time if we use the tools and things that we're going to discuss today and in the future. And this is the slide that I really, really want you to keep burned in your mind. I went into this image creator and I said, give me a picture of a soldier doing government administrative work. I did not say make them sad. I did not say make them look like they, just quite frankly wanted to quit life. This phrase is the most powerful thing I go into work every day with, because in that short period of time, making more decisions than ever means more toil than ever, means more navigating decisions, means more, just more. Toil eats purpose faster than mission can replace it. I really want that to sink in. I got to interact and interview while I was still at Google with a whole bunch of Guardians at Space Force, and particularly Guardians that were choosing to leave Space Force. And there was an assumption, these were very technically skilled, great IT, other kind of digital players. And the assumption from leadership was that they were leaving because they could, I don't know, go to a Google, go to a, Grok, go to any of these amazing companies here. That's not why they were leaving. They were leaving, and most of them had a purpose score of 9 going into their roles and left with a purpose score of 2. It was not because they did not believe in the mission. It was because the way and quite frankly, the crap they had to navigate every day to get access to data, to get a system through, to do whatever, was soul draining. And so when we look at new technologies, when we look at things like AI, et cetera, this is what we're solving for, right? What is the stuff our people don't need to do so they can be passionate about our mission? And I'm going to end on this. Ultimately, what I hope we can consider is that AI is a mirror, right? It is ultimately a mirror of us. And the question is, do we like what we see? Are we surprised by what we see? And are we even willing to look in the mirror and see what it's telling us? So thank you so much.
Alexis, you lived up to the hype. Thank you very much for that. It's a great way to kick this off. Don, you're gonna have to really up your game now because you're coming on next. But anyway, we have with us Jory Heckman with Federal News Network. I still call it radio after about 8 years, but I'm like working on that. If you can bring your panel up.
All right, thanks so much, Tom, and thanks to ATARC for having me back for another panel. I see our panelists are coming up. No need to bring them up to the front here, but yeah, we have a great program lined up for y'all. Quick programming note before we get started here. Just want to plug my own AI and Data podcast, all about data. It's on Federal News Network, and just this past week, Federal News Network had its AI and Data Exchange. We had some great folks from DARPA, from the Office of Science and Technology Policy at the White House. Just a couple of the people. Check it all out. It's all archived. Just go to Federal News Network. You'll see my face. And yeah, so check it out there. But we have plenty to talk about in the space of AI with our great panelists here. We have, to my immediate left, we have Don Bauer, the Chief Technology Officer for the Bureau of Global Talent and Management over at the State Department. We have Param Soni, the Chief Information Officer for the Bureau of Economic Analysis. We have Rosemary Foley, the Director of Internal Reviews and Audits at the Internal Revenue Service. We do not have Rosemary Foley. We have Bridget, yes. We have Bridget Carper, the Deputy Chief Information Officer and the responsible AI official over at the Energy Department. And we have Damien Kostick, the Deputy CBO, sorry, over at USCIS. And programming change here, we have Mariano Lopez over at Analytica. He's the CEO there. So everyone, thank you so much for taking the time. Just to get started here, I want to understand a little bit better some of the opportunities side of AI. You just heard a lot of the challenges of AI, what we're up against, what ultimately agencies need to contend with a very high risk but also high reward technology. So to focus on the reward side of things, Don, can you just get us started here by telling us a little bit more about what use cases, what opportunities the Bureau of Global Talent Management is looking at?
Well, thank you, Jory. Well, first, I went to our Chief Data Officer and Responsible AI Officer and made sure that I had the appropriate talking points for today. So the one thing about State Department, and it's a very famous quote I hear a lot, is that the written word is the currency of diplomacy. And obviously with generative AI, the ability to summarize and pull data from multiple sources and do a lot of information gathering really resonates with the diplomatic community. So the State Department's been very much forward leaning on just telling everybody go out and get an account and get familiar with the technology. Just make sure you don't put any sensitive information into it. And I think that's where some people get a little excited and they really have to pay attention to the kind of information they're feeding in. I think in the HR side of the house, we have a lot of public information that is very valuable for us to do. Right now, we're working on career pathing. We have a demonstration project to extract skills from resumes and start building out pipelines for civil servants as far as for career progression. And the idea is if I can identify a career path for you, then I'm using publicly available position descriptions, extracting those out, and then building up the ability for you to recognize skills you need. And then we're going to tie that with our learning management system. So we can actually say, if you want to be this person, here's the skills you need, and here's how you can go to get them trained. So that's kind of our big one right now.
All right, Don, thanks so much. Bridget, over to you.
Hi. So at the Department of Energy, we actually took the initial stance of, ChatGPT, we're going to block it. Then we realized that everyone was just doing it on their personal computer. And so then we started putting in guardrails. So we did put together a group across like our headquarters and our labs of setting up those guardrails. So now we're going in it with the education aspects or doing training across the board. And so the other part that makes us unique is we do have the national labs and we do have the supercomputers. And so we're now trying to marry those together of how we use AI with those technologies. And so one of the interesting use cases that we have going on is ways to do clean energy. And so working with state, local government, tribes, different areas within the United States and externally in an international level is ways that we can build new infrastructure. So it is making some of those decisions using the analytics of what information's out there. And then more internally and a customer focus is grants. So we were fortunate enough to have funding to be able to provide to different communities, but how do they access that? Most people don't have the time to go through the different sites. Is it EPA? Is it energy? Is it IRS to be able to obtain that information? And so we're using AI to help put that out there to make it more readily accessible for users.
All right. Thanks so much, Bridget. Damien, over to you.
Well, I think we're having fun just like the other federal agencies in using this stuff, and certainly DHS stepped out and really wanted to lead from the top down and kicked us in and said, no, all of y'all can do ChatGPT and a number of other services are out there. And I will say they kind of freaked out the components for a second because you're like, whoa, what? But we don't have a training program, but we've got a training program now, and you have to get a certificate and you have to go through this whole thing. And we're definitely trying to deploy it as much as we can and as widely as we can with guardrails right out there. But it is an interesting thing, right? Because of the fact that, sorry, got distracted for a second there. Yeah, no. Long story short is that guardrails are this. For example, when you go out to ChatGPT or any of the other services, there's really no way for the federal government for security to kind of check it, see what's going out there. There are ways to kind of inspect and look, but it's not an on-prem type of scenario. So right now, I'd say we're nascent in that, similar to other groups, we've got access. There is access to the commercial. We're working on the internal right now. And in order to really start to bolster up, I think, create the more robust environment, we've set up like an AI governance board. Now we're finally kicking off with all of that kind of stuff. We've got, again, the training programs trying to help out the staff and leadership to kind of understand it more fully. That's, of course, a whole other aspect of training. In general, for the workforce, though, I think we're happy that we've deployed it as much as we have, but I think there's a couple of questions that are come up later that I think influence a lot of how far can we go and how fast can we go, and then how that also influences not just the federal staff side of it, but also the developers, right, and all the contractors on the other side of the fence. So I'll stop at that and we'll loop back.
All right. Thanks so much, Damien. Param, over to you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Bureau of Economic Analysis, we publish the GDP for the US government, personal income, import, export information. So what we need is basically a data analytics platform and how we can serve our user, which is the community, whether it's the Reuters or news agencies or general public. So we looked at three ways. One was we have a modernization program within the agency of converting legacy SQL code to Python. So we set up a AI lab, innovation lab around 6 months ago. We got some open AI tools, but we found out the cost was very high. We got the information assistant from one of the leading vendors, not Google, the other one. And so we paused that due to some budget constraints, but I think as others mentioned, we still wanted people to innovate. So what we did was we said you can use ChatGPT as long as you identify the programs we are using. So we have a catalog, AI catalog, which is managed by the governance board. It is co-led by a deputy CIO and our chief statistician, who kind of works with all the directorate for international, national, and regional. So they are the people responsible for. So we want them to innovate. We want them to use these tools. We want to have a handle on this. The other thing we are doing is AI, what we call is the AI ready data project. So since we publish the data, whenever the GDP comes out or personal income come out, we find out that when they use these tools, ChatGPT and Bard or Gemini now, it doesn't report exactly what we want it to report. So we are looking at that to see that information is consistent. That's a 2-year project. It'll take us some time to do that, but those are the. Then we have some other projects we can get in more detail. They are kind of in the infancy, but these are the 3 main projects.
All right. And Mariano, over for the industry perspective, to zoom out a little bit, what are you seeing as far as the where we are with AI in the federal space and where you see things going?
Yeah, thanks, Jory. I think as a management consulting firm and a technology services provider that's been in this field for a while, it's fascinating to see some of the evolution across federal, where, you know, a lot of times initially we'd have clients who are looking in the automation side, seeing how they can do a lot of the back office, and kind of starting to migrate into more of that insights phase of kind of fraud or analytics. And now we're really seeing kind of that evolution towards the engagement side. And that's where LLMs, I think, have opened up a real fascinating opportunity for federal agencies to engage both internally, both in development, training, making new caseworkers faster, understanding policy and understanding how to support better, but also with their constituents.
All right. Well, just to circle back to a point that our previous speaker made about augmented intelligence, that this is something that's supposed to, you know, supplement the work of the existing federal workforce out there. In terms of, you know, what that's being, how that's being done in the field, I just want to throw it to the panel and see if there's any thoughts on what AI is doing to augment that existing federal workforce and make them, you know, more productive, better at what they do, and do more of it. Any thoughts there?
Go for that. Why not? Let's have some fun. All right. So what we're definitely trying to look at, and again, in development, is certainly the good, boring stuff. I think I've said this at a couple of events, but right. More powerful search. Sure. Great. Fantastic. Things like categorization, tagging, data cataloging, data management type topics. Fantastic. Right. Think of a device that can generate information like a denotation, a definition of a field in your database, and generate that definition at least as a starter gristle material for the 150,000 fields that you have available to you in your warehouse, right? Or millions. Very hard. So this is a fantastic tool to be able to start attacking that kind of problem. Right. We're a long way from deploying it to things that will actually actually adjudicate or affect, you know, right, the public's benefits and stuff like that. We're a long way from that. So we're definitely doing all the internal gristle. Now, I will say one very interesting thing, and so this is maybe like a word out to everybody, especially, you know, anyone who's doing development and whatnot. We've definitely found in our environment, when we're trying to get to our use cases, that, right, let's all admit, these whole AI tools are really expensive, and let's tell the CFOs in our shop, we're definitely bristling and freaking out about the prospect out of it. So how can you do this without costing us, right, to break the bench? So whenever you hear like RAG, right, these different models for sampling your information in your system, we're definitely, that's the absolute mandatory way to go. But, and this kind of goes to a governance problem, and I'll throw this out for our use cases, which is when people use something like ChatGPT or these other tools, some, not all, but some might think they're going to a singular monolithic thing that can do all the AI they ever wanted to do. That's not true, right? Inside every single one, there's a model for what's controlling the vents in this building, right? There's a different model for how to transcribe written text that we have to do when we adjudicate our cases. There's a model for everything, right? There's like 100 different models to make up that singular response that you get back in that Gen AI. All of those depend on training. All of that training is really freaking expensive. And all of that training, there are stuff like on Hugging Face and these other places where you can go to get these models. And if we can't get access to those models because they're not FedRAMPed, or otherwise, guess what? We're dead in the water for any form of development, right? We're not going to be getting these tools out to our people if we can't have basically a certified, validated set of training information that's passed some degree of federal expectations of rigor. Because otherwise our security folks, the CISOs, right, that are in all of our agencies, at least that I've seen, maybe other people have got different stories, but that I've seen are basically saying, great, but no, we're shutting it down, right? You can't get access to these models until we can get some form of right validated, certified type of material. And we know that there's not some kind of nefarious modeling going on that's intentionally injecting bias into these models that you're using as foundational models. Even if you're using RAG to tweak and fine tune your models, is the underlying foundational set just intentionally tweaked one way or another? And we don't know. We just don't know. And there isn't like a FedRAMP set of models just out there right now for everybody in the federal government to get access to. So anyways, to the question about use cases, what are we doing? And again, we're trying to get a lot of stuff such as like language translation, which is inherent to immigration. And actually looking across at my colleagues here, actually everyone actually has to deal with a lot of different language problems. So whether it's language, whether it's the boring stuff for training, whether it's data management, data discovery, those are absolutely all the things that we're kind of heading for, and training. I'll actually note that, and trying to use AI for training of our own people, right, in terms of being into active role playing and stuff like that. But I'll pause, but I just blabbered out a lot, but I'll hand it over to whoever wants to have fun next.
Any other takers?
About the GitHub Copilot project we started. So we bought 25 licenses. Most of our workforce is economists. They are not really IT people, although of course within OCIO we have a IT staff, and they are not, and they will admit it, they are the best programmers, right? So, but they program because they know the data well, they know how to run the analysis. So this conversion, this pilot program actually has been a great help. It's like an asset. They are the training. So all the economists who are now learning Python, they went through the training, but now they're taking a real life example. So it has really enhanced our modernization process. And we had a 3-year plan, but I suspect this may even be 1 year. So that's, that's a great benefit we have because it helps them to, all the syntax and all they can much quickly they can do that. So I think I'll just stop here. Just wanted to put a plug in, and I think so on for other things. It's I see AI as an enhancer, not replacer. So I think if we can enhance, that's a great benefit.
Enhance or not replace. That's great. Don?
I think I would just emphasize what Damien was talking about. One of the issues we're dealing with, and I think many of us are, when you have legacy platforms and siloed IT, you end up with multiple versions of the truth within your enterprise. So we're really focusing a lot of energy on, number one, doing a consolidation, which isn't AI based, but I think that's the reality we need to face. And I think Alexis even brought that up. It's like, we need to think a little bit more. This isn't the hammer in search of a nail. We need to say, when can we use this? And a perfect example for us is, I'm under tremendous pressure for very accurate HR data, whether it's positions, whether it's where people are assigned, how the department moves around it writ large. So we're looking at opportunities for use cases around using AI to help us find bad data and clean it up. So that is a real big thing for us. When you have somebody that retires after 30 years and retirement tells them you're in the wrong retirement code and you owe the government $25,000 before you can leave, you say, well, how can that happen? It should be really easy to root those things out, but there's so many different legal authorities and combinations of information that, yeah, human beings could probably do it, but we're really, really honing in on the ability to actually start looking at that as a data cleanup exercise. Because guess what? We're all under pressure now to have these very, very robust data models that decision makers are all wanting. Everything's data driven now. So you have to have good data.
Yeah. And Bridget, you were saying in the open here how there's this evolution where initially DOE was saying, hold up on using large language models, using ChatGPT, and over time that has evolved where it's allowed, but with guardrails. And so, if you could elaborate a little bit more on that point, what are the guardrails that you guys are putting in place, and how's that evolved over time?
So yes, we started with the strict go like, no, let's not do it. But part of the aspects is our 17 national labs, they were still secretly doing it. And so it's, again, they've been working in AI for decades, but part of the pieces is bringing them to the table. What are you using it for? And an example that everyone at headquarters embraced was we could use it to increase like our analytics for cyber attacks. So we have the power marketing administrations. They're a power grid, and we can look at it to look at cyber attacks and how we can protect the grid. And that allowed, and it goes to Damien's about the training. So it was more of education of it's not just bad, it could be used to supplement the individuals that are doing the monitoring, because you can't monitor everything everywhere on the internet. And the other aspects is to highlight and sharing. So we had that from the power marketing administrations. We also have like our nuclear stockpile and how we're looking to protect that or to be more innovative. So by taking real world examples and how AI can assist, it allowed to break down some of those aspects. We do have a reference guide that everyone's using to state the data you bring in, being responsible, and also the data that we share out and how we're documenting that. Our governance process is still in process of being improved, but it is like a foundational method of just more of what we're bringing in and being more responsible with it.
All right. And Mariano, to get the industry perspective on this, obviously this has been such a fast moving space in government. It feels like it was just yesterday that we were starting to have this conversation, and it's really diving into some really interesting situations of like, what data can you use it on? What can you ingest into the large language models, things of that nature. What are you telling your agency customers as they're navigating this really fast moving space?
I think one of the key things for agencies to realize is it's more important to get it right and to have the foundation because of like points that some of the speakers have made about cost, security, the ability to train your models on data that you want it to be trained on, that you understand that data's privacy implications, security, ethical. It's more important to lay the foundation, and to do that, the first step is understanding your maturity across these different pillars that make AI happen. And so I would say that's the first place to start for any agency, is to really do an honest assessment of that level of maturity, and then use that to say, okay, where do we want to focus, and where would we get the preliminary ROI to justify these investments?
Yeah. Well, to your point about getting it right, we did see just this past fall, the Biden administration put out its sweeping AI executive order on this. It really gave agencies a lot to work on, both in the generative AI space and just, any other flavor of AI that's out there. In terms of what that jump started for your agencies, in terms of what that elevated for your agencies, any thoughts on what that's giving you guys in terms of near-term goals, long-term goals, and where you guys are in terms of implementing that? Yeah.
I think State Department, as I'd mentioned, we're pretty forward-leaning. We already have a policy at the department. We already have a steering committee. And it was interesting, when you say, oh, let's create an AI steering committee, you'd think it would be full of technologists, and it's totally opposite at the State Department. We have budget, we have legal, we have representatives across the entire department in our AI steering committee, both, I think, in part to educate the community on the direction we're going. But as we all know, nothing happens without a lawyer saying it's okay to do it. So I think it was pretty smart that they brought them in early in the process. But the idea is that we put all that together, and the policy's been released. So our internal AI that we are hoping to get for sensitive data, our ATO, we're supposed to get tomorrow. We're with one of those vendors that was mentioned earlier. So we're literally looking at the next steps of how do we now leverage internal information and start making decisions that way. So I think, and then from an HR standpoint, you can imagine, as the CTO for HR, I'm kind of like the head IT guy that everybody wants to talk to. I have 100 emails in my inbox. I want to use AI. I want to use AI. And I was like, and then our innovation unit goes, we want to do an AI working group. And I'm like, okay, great. So, well, I think it's good that people are excited about doing it. But, you know, the first thing I told our innovation director was like, look, we need training. We need to have a common understanding of what AI is to the organization. And so we have a day of training scheduled for next Friday. I was just at the Partnership for Public Service event we had last week, where we brought in some folks from different places within like IBM and others, the discussion about ethical AI, right? What does it mean when you start doing this? What are those biases going to do when we're starting to use it on people data? So we're trying to get some in front of that with some of that type of training with our staff to kind of plant the seeds. It's like, all right, you can go, but be a little more intentional and mindful about what you're doing, what kind of decisions you are. And as Alexa said, keeping the human in the loop for the right reasons before we just go off a cliff. So that's the direction we're going.
Yeah. Bridget?
So for us, we also had started with AI prior to the executive order. It solidifies some dates for us. But about 2 years ago, we had started up an AI working group that it's expanded to like 4 more AI working groups because, again, there's the different areas that we're looking at. But one of the things that OCIO has done is an AI hub. And so the hub is bringing together some of the developers, some of the different vendors that we're working with. And we had set up a discovery zone, a sandbox for non-production for individuals to play in. And so that was with one of our vendors. We've added a second one that only had commercial up until 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. And so just seeing what out there from a development standpoint, and now we're working with like our CISO to set some of those development guidelines for the ATO. Only our non-production today is officially sanctioned from an ATO standpoint, but we'll like to leverage from your agency, like what you've done since you're further ahead of us. But the other aspects the executive order brought for Department of Energy is that our chief AI official is actually in our Office of Science. So like you said, it's not all technology. And then I'm in OCIO. So we're working together of how we advance this because it's AI for the business, not just AI from a technology standpoint, and how we make sure that we're covering every group. And someone already mentioned privacy. We have to protect like our data, but then it is also from a security aspect. So all of the tools that we're bringing in, like one of the orders is for innovative tools, is we need to be innovative but secure, and how do we make that balance between going fast but also safely.
Okay. Damien?
Yeah, I would definitely say the executive order was right, one of those classic good and bad. It was great that it came out because it really helped be able to give leverage for the agencies to kind of go forward and move on. Because a lot of us, well, basically we were told flat out, wait until that EO comes out, which means we had to wait. Right, had you been doing it sometimes, you know, behind the scenes before, right, grandfathered. But so it was great that it gave, yes, a good oomph to everybody to kind of move forward. If there's anything that I feel like has kind of come out, right, you always think of the classic hype cycle type of stuff, but right, once it came out though, everyone was like, great, we're unleashed, we can go, kind of, right. But I think what we found, just to throw this out, the executive order helped motivate it, got people into mindset. They begin to get people who might not have previously been excited to get into it. And then they start experimenting with the tools and discovering it even more than they were in their private life. I think they begin to discover actually that in a lot of situations, oh, wait, a traditional machine learning decision tree model actually is going to work a whole lot better than this AI will in this circumstance or that circumstance. We've actually, so it's kind of funny. We've seen a lot of people since the EO, right, freak out and think this is great. It's the panacea and it'll solve everything to, oh, wait, no, actually I can solve that with a very simple 5-line SQL code. I don't need Gen AI to do that. However, there's been, just to make one extra reference back to a use case though, we have found like in some situations where you can just use public information. You don't need your on-prem domain specific, agency specific knowledge. You can think about, wait, where could you go if you're trying to have an experience of, for example, interviewing someone in the public without having to actually talk to someone in the public, right? Gen AI is a nifty little thing, and it's representative of the languages that are out there. And it's also really neat is that it can speak any language, right? Per se, if it's trained on that information. So if you need to have a conversation or practice having a conversation with someone with one of the many varieties of extremely small languages that are out there, like for immigration, we can do that. You can effectively practice a conversation with someone in a training environment without actually affecting a real human being. And so there's been ways in which we've been able to play with it. They have discovered ways to use it since the EO, but they've also coincidentally, right, that up and down, discovered there's actually plenty of places they thought it would work. And actually, there's much simpler ways to get about doing it. But I'll pause there. Off to my.
I know commerce writ large has got a lot to do with that executive order, but in your particular neck of the woods, Param, what's the Bureau tasked to do?
Yeah, so we actually started this journey just before the EO came out. And as I think Damien mentioned and others, it gave us kind of the authority to move forward. And I actually, the only thing my director asked was make sure that we can do this. So I reached out to Office of General Counsel and got their input on can we use these 3 use cases. And like most of us, they had no idea what those were. So I can explain to them, what we do and they do. The other thing for us is as a statistical agency, there's something called a Title 13 data, which we have to protect because we have a lot of confidential information of basically all the businesses in the US, and abroad, and other information. So we are working with Census Bureau and Bureau of Labor Statistics, the other 2 agencies and actually we have got an exception from OMB for the Title 13 data. So, there are some nuance to every business, some things you can do, something you cannot do. So I think that's, we are, working on that. But we did was we came with the AI policy and then the security policy. And security policy is not just a general policy. It's looking at IDE, looking at tools, private LLM, custom LLM. So we kind of define 4 or 5 areas where we want to apply those policies. And they are some are more mature than others. Like as I said, we got this information assistant lab. But at some point we will. I think the industry is going, the private industry is going where they will have private LLMs, whether it's for healthcare, whether it's for other things. And I expect from the US, from the government, we'll have a statistical LLM because you have so much more data. So I think that's where the industry is going in the next couple of years, I believe.
Yeah. And Mariano, over to you as far as what you're seeing over the horizon with the executive order. What do you see agencies working on, and what do you see that they're going to need to work on to meet all of the goals of that EO?
I think a lot of the panelists have alluded to this already, is that most federal agencies were working on some type of AI prior to coming out. And so I think it gave a little bit more of a mandate, as one of the panelists said. One of the other things that we were really happy to see is that our head of data science always says, I get scared when there's predominantly technologists only working on an AI initiative, or mostly developers sitting in the room when you're doing an AI product. And it really kind of forced that understanding that there's a large audience of stakeholders and a large audience of contributors into any AI product. You need to have the various representatives as part of it.
All right, if we can get going, and if I can get your attention, if everybody give their seats, that'd be fantastic. We're going to be hearing from Aileen Black, who's president of Grok Public Sector, and a little bit about Aileen. She is a legend in this industry. She's built programs pretty much from scratch with VMware, EMC back in the day, and then recently with Google. So the fact that she would go to Grok, I think, bodes well for the future of this company. And really excited to have you here. And I can't wait to hear your presentation. Thank you.
Introduction. So first, thank you for having me here. I'm here to talk to you about an innovative generative AI solutions company that supplies a platform from the sand to the application layer. Grok, in 2023, all of us heard a lot of information about AI. It really started to become real, right? You saw it on the horizon. You heard it on the news. You heard it. You got a executive order that was, historically larger than any executive order in history. I retired to join an exciting company called Grok. But I'm here to tell you that in 2024, I think AI is really going to become real. And the way to unleash AI and large language models is to make the performance of it be at the speed that you and I think. And to do that, you got to think differently about how we're going to manage compute. And I'm here to talk to you about the language processing unit. Grok makes an LPU. So to run these language, I've been doing this for 40 years, and this is the first time in 30 years that I'm having to do a demo on stage. So please be kind. I've run a lot of organizations, but demoing has not been something I've always had somebody to help me with. So, but it's that easy. So to run these large language models, you have to have a massive amount of compute. Now, you don't have to go far in the headlines to figure this out. This past week, NVIDIA reported earnings, $22.1 billion in one quarter supporting compute, graphics processing. That it's an insatiable amount of compute that is going to be required now and in the future to not only train these models, but also, more importantly, to run these models. The GPU is complex. It was meant for a graphics processing unit. It did a great job for training, just like the CPU. It's still going to be in the data center. That's not what I'm saying. But what is really needed to unleash the large language models is a new class of speed and scalability. And I'm here to talk to you about the language processing unit, where that speed, like Alexis brought up today, is at the rate that we think. That performance of being able to have that digital assistant right there, the ability for like an Intel analyst to be able to have on their side, not to replace them, but to accelerate the ability to be able to make those 5 additional decisions a day, as she said, to be able to grasp all this tons of information out there with social media and different forms and be able to bring it together so that you can have the information so that the human can be more effective in your decision. So here at Grok, we like to not just talk about things, we like to show you things. Now, for you, everybody has a cell phone out there. I got to tell you, you can do this now here or at your home. This is free. Go out to grok.com. We have, show you. What's out there is open source models. And what I'm going to show you is how these models can run at the speed and at a natural conversation level so that you can take advantage of them. Now, if you go out there, you can choose Llama 2. You can also choose a Mistral. We're adding a couple of more, but let's try this. Danger here is the best way. Government. AI. Now, if any of you ever used that, no wows. If anybody has ever used a tool like that, that was lightning fast. And let's take a look at this information. Automate tasks, make better decision making. There isn't an agency that can't take advantage of that. Now, I can also say summarize in 3 sentences. Right there. Fast, easy, get you the answer you need, and a tool that really can be taken advantage of. I could have changed languages. I could have asked it to put it in storybook form. These tools will really change your life in every way and every day. And it won't replace you, like Alexa said, but people who don't leverage this type of technology will get replaced by people who do, because they're going to be more effective and more efficient. So, and okay, I did it. So how are we doing that? So on the screen here, we have two different chips. Right away, you can tell the difference, right? One is very complex, one is very simple. Over here, we have the graphics processing unit. It was designed for a very specific purpose to manage pixels onto your screen. And they're all different. And it's very complex. It has a lot of technology on that chip, right? Because it has a very big job. But what it's not is not designed for large language models. So it's like using a screwdriver when you need a hammer. When you go to mission, when you go to speed to mission, when you go to run large language models, you need a different processing approach. You need inference. So this is complex in its nature. So it's complex to then take that screwdriver and turn it into a hammer. So it requires additional complex programming. So instead of taking hours and days to move a model, it takes months. It's less responsive and it's non-deterministic. So it's inefficient. So it's higher energy and higher costs associated with it. With the LPU, it was designed from its start. It was designed from the start to be an AP, to be for artificial intelligence. It's look how simple in design it is. Most of the hard work we've done in software. So we're able to continue to squeeze more performance and more capability out every day. And because we were a software first silicon, it also allows that compiler to have a kernelless architecture. So you don't have to have any vendor lock-in or additional code that's need to be written. That's why it takes hours and days to run those models on us. The memory itself too, as you can see here, is deterministic. So the chip can use all the memory there. It doesn't have to wait for different parts. So that's why it's so responsive. And to take it one step further, we do the same thing with our network. And that's why we have the massive scale. So we can take 1,000 chips and make it feel and look like one. So as these models get bigger and more information needs to be gathered, you will have that speed and performance to have that natural interaction with the user. So to summarize, before Tom tackles me, because I'm getting close to my time, 10 times more performance, speed of innovation, velocity for your developers, and something else I forgot to mention is 10 times less power. Back in Davos just recently, Sam Altman stood in front of the crowd. He said, "We don't have a compute crisis. We have an energy crisis." Remember how we talked about the simplicity of the design and its effectiveness of being able to actually manage these requests? Well, it requires much less energy, 10 times less power consumption. That is huge. Product availability, no problem. Because of the simplistic design, we have no supply chain issues. It's available today. Matter of fact, you can get it from Carosoft in 2 different ways. You can get it tokens as a service, or if you want to move back on-prem and be able to scale massively, we can supply multiple racks, you name it, to be able to scale that massive requirement. And one last thing that's, I think, very important to all of us in this room is we are completely a domestic supply chain. We're a US-based company that is totally manufactured in the United States, in North America and the United States. We are actually fabbed in Malta, New York. Do you know that 80 to 90% of the chips used by the Department of Defense come from Asia? Not exactly, a calm area right now. So what am I going to ask? What's next? First, go out to grok.com if you want to have some fun. I do it with my grandson all the time. We play games on it. Second thing, if you're a little more curious, you want to have a little bit of fun, request an API access. You can take your models, run it, take a look at it. There's all kinds of tools on there to have some fun. And if you're ready to take your large language model to mission, the speed of interaction to have that language processing interaction with your users to be natural, give us a call. We're here to help. I'm sitting over here. My team is too. We'd love to work with you.
Hey, before I tackle you, no, I want to ask you a question first. I'm not going to tackle you. Do you see this? This is like the future here. I really see it for like government agencies for their own data, not reaching the internet. Are they going to have a stack in some secure data center and just work with their data? Is that kind of what you see evolving over the next few years?
I think, I was at Google, right? And sold a lot of cloud. I think we're always going to have a hybrid environment depending upon, Alexa nailed it. She said, you need to think about what's your outcome is, what's your use. So there's going to be times when you should be air gapped and you should be able to protect your data from getting sullied, because there's different types of potential terrorist attacks, right? I shouldn't, I guess admit this, but I have 4 kids, in case anybody doesn't know. And I remember when a certain company came out with a tool that was supposed to be a teenage bot, and a bunch of their friends on the internet got together and they just tortured that bot. So it came back and it was not saying nice things back. So it's important that you, for certain things, that you separate the two and know what your mission is.
Great, thank you for that presentation. Appreciate it. Excellent. Next, we have a real interesting company that we've worked with before. And we have Chris Saunders with Wiz, who is the public sector solution engineering lead. Knock him dead. You want to rove?
Yeah, I'll stay here.
Okay, you can rove. You can borrow mine. As long as you give it back.
No, I'm good. Thank you. I'm Chris Saunders. I'm the public sector SE leader at Wiz. Started about 8 months ago when we entered the public sector market. And today we're going to talk about AI security concerns. So the cloud's changed everything. And we had to do different things when we started consuming the cloud. We got new environments. How do we get visibility? We found new risks. How do we prioritize those risks, especially around identity? And we had a new ownership model. We were no longer just giving access to certain people to do certain things. The promise of cloud was elasticity, doing things faster. So it really changed the operating model for developers, IT, everyone. AI changes everything again, right? Now, I'm not so sure this is what everyone predicted, right? And giving a plug here to Andrew, people talked about it earlier, learning AI is something that people are really interested in. Andrew does a fantastic job on Coursera. He is an innovator, he's an educator, he's really brilliant. The courses are free. I recommend them to anyone who wants to learn more about AI. But one of the things he says is he's more worried about Mars being overpopulated than evil AI. Now, what he has said that resonated with myself, and I think everyone here, is it's really all about the data. The data is the most important part of AI. Depending on your use case, it's either scale or accuracy, but it's really all about data, which relates very much to security. And we're seeing explosive growth in the AI services from the cloud providers. And on-prem, as our previous speaker talked about, but now we're even seeing it in the public sector space. Azure's making OpenAI available, getting the authorizations. Amazon's doing the same. Google, as we all know, is there. So we're starting to see more of the certified authorized services being available from the cloud providers. And as the panel talked about earlier, one of the big challenges is cyber. It's a blocker. How do we secure AI? That's a big challenge out in the market, not just in public sector, but across all of our prospects and customers. So what's a real example of a risk of AI? There were Microsoft researchers. These aren't super savvy IT folks, but they were using training data and they exposed a SaaS token in GitHub. And that got access to training data to the wrong people. These are just examples of risks that we have in the real wild of we have to look out for in the cloud. So AI is where cloud was 10 years ago. So the problem, this creates new security challenges. new environments, new risks, a totally new ownership model. It's no longer developers. It's now data scientists, economists, AI researchers, data engineers, power users, whatever you want to call them. They're all using AI. So this is the main blocker. What are some of these risks, right? Well, we have the security knowledge gap. We don't understand the security risks of the AI we're consuming. Then there's these other risks in pipelines around unknown risks. And then the technology is just going so fast. How do we keep up? So we learn from the cloud. Let's apply the learnings to AI. Of any security program that's ever been created, especially in the federal government, visibility is a foundation. How do you assess if you don't know you have it? You have to understand your assets and what you have. You also need to understand your risks. You have to know what your posture is, be able to start to secure things. And you also want to be able to do this across an AI pipeline. AI pipeline is not the same as a DevOps pipeline. It's the inputs and the outputs. That could be an end user prompting a GPT. That could be a developer building out LLMs. So what are some of the questions we need to ask, or you should ask yourselves about AI? So what services are running in our cloud estate? Are our folks using OpenAI? Are they using Azure, SageMaker, Bedrock, Vertex? Do we have that visibility? How and where? Do we know what exists in those AI pipelines, right? Do we have the context? Is there sensitive data? Is there PII? Are there exposed LLMs to the internet? Do we have an S3 bucket that has LLM data that's public read, write access? The context of the workload. Do we have vulnerabilities in LLMs? Again, do we have this visibility and the known risks of what's in your data pipelines? And then looking a little bit further down the line, when we look at like the design phase of collecting data, looking at poison injection, how we're training the models, the system architecture, the model interference, how do we secure that from end to end? How do we do that across the entire life cycle? And how do you have continuous research in the wild of those AI risks? Well, this is where Wiz has brought AI SBM to the market. We're giving our customers visibility into those AI pipelines, understanding I can see this S3 bucket is using this LLM model. That's one example. And by the way, it's exposed to the internet and it has public read-write access. Being able to understand what tools, a Hugging Face, is someone using on a VM or in a container, understanding if that has critical vulnerabilities. Being able to see all the AI tools pass and SaaS and installed on machines that are being used in your cloud estate. And then be able to detect any sort of misconfigurations. Again, I mentioned that example earlier. Are things exposed to internet? Do we have excessive permissions? Are we allowing public read-write access? Do the LLMs have excessive permissions as well? It's really about understanding how are my AI servers configured and are done to best practices. And then finally, you're going to have people that are not developers, IT admins, DevOps experts. They're going to be economists, security analysts, data engineers. Give them a UI that democratizes AI. Give them something that they can act on and go fix. This is what Wiz does with our platform in general. Our entire concept is around prioritizing risk, democratizing security, and allowing you to see context about your cloud estate, including AI. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time. Come see us at the booth. We've got my team over there, Chris and Neil. They're happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Fantastic. I'm going to ask you a question. We're always hearing this. We're hearing about this great AI stuff. We've seen where that technology can stop when you have a breach or anything. What have you seen across government? Are people like piloting? Are they, really thinking of security? Or, I mean, what is it really like out there right now?
It's actually from the defense industrial base. One of the first questions we get asked is, how are you guys seeing the private world secure AI? because folks really don't have the knowledge right now. So across the board, we're seeing that in RFPs and RFIs. They're about building LLMs and doing development, but there's always sections around security, and the requirements aren't super clear and concise, because I think it's a factor of how we really don't understand our AI risks. So it's the number one question we get often from the system integrators and the folks supporting our government customers and how they actually execute on the mission to use AI.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've been doing this now long enough that every time a new technology comes out, whether it's 5G or DevOps, I remember one of the DevOps conferences, we were like, should we call it DevSecOps? Should we not? Security is always late. And if you don't address it right now, while you're trying to experiment, I think you're better off baking it in from the beginning. And I think this is a great solution. Thank you very much, Chris. Next, we have our second provocative panel of the day. We have Rutrell Yessen, who's a senior writer and strategist at Yessen Agency, who will be moderating national cybersecurity strategies in the age of AI. So it's a good lead in we got from Chris with Wiz. Can you come up? Just bring the whole panel up.
Thank you. Yes, that was a good segue into this topic of national cybersecurity strategies in the AI age. This panel will focus on trying to get an understanding of how we can use AI to enhance cybersecurity and to also help with the early threat detection, vulnerability management, and incident response. So I'd like to introduce my panel here. To my immediate left here, we have Devon Tyler, Chief Information Security Officer with Federal Student Aid Office with the U.S. Department of Education. We have Shane Barney, Chief Information Security Officer, U.S. Citizens and Immigration Services, U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Next to him, we have Jim Smid, Chief Technology Officer, Palo Alto Networks. And we have Dr. Paul Tibbetts, Executive Director, Office of Technical Integration, U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. And at the end there, we have Bruce Perrietti, Deputy Chief AI Officer and Director, Domestic and International Cyber Policy, Office of Cybersecurity and Critical Infrastructure Protection with the U.S. Department of Treasury. So to start off the panel, I'd like to have the panel members, you introduce what you do at your agencies, but also we could start out with the question of how is artificial intelligence currently being integrated into federal IT strategies to enhance cybersecurity measures? Devon, you want to start?
Good morning, everyone. I guess I have the perfect seat here. So again, it's great to be first. AI has been an interesting journey. At Federal Student Aid, we're communicating with so many different stakeholders, 90 million people that have access to some of our most critical applications. So from our standpoint, how can we automate some of that? And from a security standpoint, I guess we'll talk a lot deeper into that. My role at Federal Student Aid is to enable security, but also stress security across the whole entire FSA portfolio.
Can you get my student loans taken care of? That would be super. Hi, I'm Shane Barney, CISO for USCIS. So my role obviously is to be the voice of calm and reason, of course, in all things AI. In terms of our sort of journey with AI, I mean, technically speaking, I guess you got to talk about what we're actually talking about. There's so many different facets to AI. It's a very large environment in terms of how you define it. And so really, we started deploying machine learning in my SOC in 2015, 2016. So we've been doing machine learning and like technologies for a long time. Technically speaking, we're all leveraging neural nets for spam filtering. It's been in place forever and a day. So in terms of leveraging AI, yes, we're doing it. Have been doing it for a long time. We leverage AI in other aspects of the immigration process for mostly on the machine learning side, and then some scripted logic. But I think the real crux of the conversation, I think, is centered around large learning models and Gen AI and the risks and potentials that it offers. And it's both, right? It's the difference between a threat and an opportunity is the outcome. And so really it's talking about how those outcomes can be achieved or avoided. So look forward to the panel.
Yeah, so Jim Smid, I'm the DoD and Intel Community CTO for Palo Alto Networks. I guess I'm the lone member up here representing industry, and I guess it's appropriate because a lot of what I do is to try to strategize. We make and inject artificial intelligence, machine learning into all of our tools, whether that's, what Shane just talked about, whether it's starting to do more coaching and machine, large language models and things like that, seeing how to leverage that. So my job is really that collaboration between industry and our partners in government to make sure that they can strategize, they can utilize a lot of the tools that are available today.
Good morning. My name is Paul Tibbetts. I'm from the Department of Veterans Affairs. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Right now, I'm the executive director of a small outfit called Office of Technical Integration. We're inside of the Business Integration Outcome Service. For those of you in industry, that's basically an account management organization. Our job is to understand our customers internal to the VA, VBA, VHA cemeteries, et cetera. The CFO, understand the systems that support them, and then create vision and outcome roadmaps for those business partners, vision and outcome roadmaps. In that regard, we do get to lean forward in the trench a little bit and try to forecast what we think our customers actually need, our business partners internal to the VA, I mean. Which brings me to artificial intelligence, Gen AI, and what we're talking about today, and trying to anticipate how these new tools and technologies will help our business partners better serve and meet veterans' needs. We in OIT are the Information Technology Office, which is where we're housed, are very interested in artificial intelligence, very interested in, of course, what everyone is talking about here, trustworthy, proper use of artificial intelligence. But I'd say on top of all that, though, are the use cases. And all of us are very much in a learning mode, myself certainly included, certainly for cybersecurity, pattern recognition, forecasting where vulnerabilities might be. We're all interested in learning. For those of you who want a detailed depiction, there happened to be reference in this that I saw this morning in something called the CDO magazine. It cites in it, there's a link to our published list of use cases, 100 plus use cases. If anybody wants to look at those applications, which we're piloting today, many of which are in healthcare, obviously the Veterans Health Administration, but also some for claims processing and our Veterans Benefit Administration. Thank you.
Hi. Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Brian Peretti. My name's spelled incorrectly in there, but it's right in the program. So if anyone wants to get in touch with me. So I'm the Deputy Chief Artificial Intelligence Officer within Treasury. As many may know, the executive order on AI came out in October of last year. In that there's some OMB guidance that's still in draft phase. The requirement, if it becomes finalized in the current form, is that each department and agency that's a CFO Act agency has to have a chief AI officer. My boss is has been designated as such. I'm going to be the deputy. And so I've been working in this position now for about a month or so. My current day job is the director for domestic and international cyber policy within Treasury itself. So we've been trying to figure out exactly what we should be doing in this space. First, we have to set up whole office to understand how to coordinate the breadth of Treasury, 13 bureaus, about 100,000 employees, and kind of understanding where and how it's currently being used, while at the same time being tasked with a report regarding how AI is used in the financial sector. We'll be merging those two ideas together as that report comes out, and also understanding how we could be able to use it to better do a lot of the efforts we need to do within Treasury. Many may have saw yesterday, there were a whole series of articles about some press release we put out regarding how we're currently using AI within the department. It's so far, we say about $375 million in fraud losses from being able to use AI to be able to identify where fraud is occurring, both in incoming fraud of people submitting stuff improperly, or outgoing fraud in which money is going out that was improperly accessed, tied to people submitting false information to us to be able to do that. So as we continue to do this, and then also mining the information that's received through the suspicious activity reports, through our FinCEN department, and other places, how do we kind of use this AI to be able to figure out where and how we're able to reduce fraud and be able to deliver the benefits to the taxpayer in a more robust way. But that's, of course, only one piece of it. We're a pretty big organization, so there's a lot of other places where we're going to be using AI to be able to try to figure out how to be able to streamline processes and be able to deliver services in a more efficient manner going forward. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Bruce, I guess I'll start with you, because this next question is about key capabilities that AI brings to the table to be able to enhance cybersecurity and to help with threat detection, incident response, and vulnerability management. So, and here's one excellent use case: being able to identify, detect, and mitigate fraud. So can you talk a little bit about some of these capabilities that AI brings to the table? Why is it a valuable tool for cybersecurity? Oh, yes, the question's for you, Bruce. Oh, Brian. Yes, Brian, sorry.
First and last name wrong, so okay, thanks.
Well, so if you look on it, my last name is spelled wrong too.
Yeah. So anyway,
sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. So in one of our, as we've having our engagements in this 150-day study, one of the things we found is that financial firms have been using AI to be able to counteract fraud for quite a while. You can imagine being able to, anybody who has ever had a credit card out there, of course, you'll see things being turned down because it doesn't fit your normal patterns, or other challenges of somebody trying to be able to log on different ways. So what we found is that it's been very beneficial within the financial sector to be able to do that. We've also been doing the same similar stuff within Treasury to be able to understand how to be able to fight and counteract fraud. It seems as though that's one of the leading cases that's out there to be able to understand how to tackle that issue. The challenge we have is the large data sets, right? How do you be able to have enough information to be able to process the information in a way which you'll be able to then understand the patterns that emerge, while still protecting civil rights and civil liberties, so that you're not discriminating against different folks because of some pattern that exists that may be beneficial for them, but not beneficial for other folks, right? That bad actors may be using. And then, of course, within the financial sector, you, of course, have the higher value customers who, of course, may have different spending patterns than the normal. But then, of course, as we go across the whole spectrum, you have very small firms who may not have a lot of data, and a lot of larger firms who may have rich data sets they could be able to mine. So the challenge we have over and over again in this space, and we're going to be trying to figure out, is how do we understand what's out there? How do we use that information appropriately within all the appropriate boundaries and guidance we need to have, and then be able to work to be able to make sure we're able to identify where those bad actors are. And then, of course, how can we share this? What we've seen a lot of times, and you'll see criminals will use a technique, and they'll keep moving techniques across organizations because of the lack of information sharing, right? Every time there's a silo that allows a bad actor, whether a nation state or a criminal or any other adversary, to be able to exploit that lack of information sharing, to be able to allow these things to continue to go forward. So how do we be able to bridge that gap to be able to use AI or other techniques to be able to get information to those network defenders, fraud providers, or other folks who are able to, at the end of the day, be able to prevent the bad action from happening, and to be able to, of course, help law enforcement to be able to do what's necessary to be able to stop that action from going forward. So we find a lot of excitement in this space of trying to understand that. But of course, you're talking large amounts of data that are being identified here. How do we automate as much as possible? Once again, while protecting civil rights and civil liberties, to be able to make sure we're getting to that positive end state, so that you as a customer, you as a citizen are able to have a better engagement process going forward, and be able to reduce a lot of that friction. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Tibbetts?
Thank you. Well, I have to say, I think we're still very much in a learning mode, but from a cybersecurity perspective, and maybe playing catch up with where many of the other federal agencies are, as you've just heard, and certainly you out there in industry. But pattern recognition, I would say, is fundamentally what we're after here. Unexpected deviations from those kind of general daily use patterns. Our approach is pilots, and right now that's what we're doing. Lots of large number of pilots. We have established a VA National Artificial Intelligence Institute. They've had 2 national conferences so far, and I assume we're planning a 3rd next year. I think of note there with respect to priority on AI, our secretary, our undersecretary for health, and our director of research and development were all keynote speakers at the last NAII conference, just to indicate the level of importance that they put on it. I think I'd relate back to some of the comments from our first keynote speaker today, which I found extremely intriguing, and talking about time. And one of the advantages that I think we see emerging, consistent with the remarks this morning, is out of time. And that while we may have been able to do something in the past on a smaller scale and a longer timeline, at some point this qualitative difference of a massive scale and a nearly instantaneous timeline is going to change a lot of things. And I think that's kind of where we are here, and where I think an interesting metric emerging, at least in my mind, which occurred to me as a result of the keynote speech this morning, is on anything, it could be cybersecurity or anything else, is time to first draft. And rather than completeness and consistency and all those other things, when you look at the time to the first draft of something, which used to be 3 weeks and it's now 3 seconds, that has got to make a qualitative difference in our lives, in what we can then do with the saved time, which is more drafts, more investigation, more study, more learning, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing I would add here, I think, is learning. Perhaps the most important thing we can do is learning at this point. Maybe it always was, but now even more so. And I heard this at a recent conference earlier this week, actually, about how to best go about learning. One can think about the traditional brown bag lunches, go to conferences, read books and whatnot. Sure. But the interesting notion was, now, given the speed of change, which again we've heard this morning, is how do we build learning into our daily workflow? So it's not something that we do when we're not working. It's something we do while we are working. And it seems to me we're at a point now where we all have to figure out how to do that. So it's not an extra thing we do at the end of the day if we have time left over, but it's integral, in fact, to the way we act all day long. Well, thank you.
Thank you. And then Jim, the industry perspective here.
Sure. And my name is spelled correctly, although that's never the case. So I'm glad they got that right. Yeah, so I just want to echo some of the things that Brian and Dr. Tibbetts said. You know, it's about the data. It's about learning. Any data science problem, any artificial intelligence problem, it's about how much data you have, Is it the right data? Is it meaningful data? Is it normalized? Is it something that I can get a hold of? That's inherent with all of our tools, the platform that we've delivered. It's inherently delivered to integrate all those products seamlessly together, to share tools between the two. They talked about pattern recognition. Being able to combat zero-day threats means certainly being able to do some kind of anomaly detection baseline. The question around fraud from a cybersecurity perspective, as we view it, a lot of times is AI is being used today as an offensive tool against us. Think about how much more sophisticated phishing attacks have become. We all get phishing attacks every day. We have bad actors actively scrubbing for the metadata that is on your Facebook page, on your YouTube accounts. They're taking and using that information against you to have very targeted, sophisticated attacks that are easily to mistake for legitimate, whether it's somebody you know, someplace you visited. So having tools that are inherently looking at anomaly detection, being able to determine if those things are real, and that's pervasive in every single tool that you use in the cybersecurity realm. They all have to be using artificial intelligence, whether that's machine learning, whether it's co-pilots that are doing large language models, whether it's just trying to assist the efficiency of the operators. AI is here, and we've been using it for over a decade at Palo Alto Networks. We will continue to deliver more and more artificial intelligence in our tools and collaborate with other tools to make sure the data is all there. There's more data, and you can take anomaly detection to that next level, which is really being able to take things, whether it's user ID, whether it's the device, whether it's the data, collaborating with those, and that's what gives you the correlations and really allows for sophisticated anomaly detection.
Shane?
As I indicated, we've been doing machine learning in my SOC for a very long time. We kind of fell into it organically. If you know anything about USCIS, there's never been a technology we absolutely weren't in love with. In cloud technologies, DevOps, agile development, all those sorts of things, we started doing that very, very early on. We deployed our first cloud system in 2009, 2010. And we are a full cloud agency at this point. We've pulled out completely from our data centers. And so as a security organization responsible for that, what we witnessed is that move from prem to cloud in that journey, this proliferation of data flowing into the SOC. I mean, when you're on prem, it's a very consistent sort of flow. There's very little change. Cloud, on the other hand, we watch just every year, terabyte upon terabyte upon terabyte of data flowing in. But the SOC, oddly enough, wasn't growing in people or resources. So the solution really became out of necessity. And at first, we just sought to sort of get a better handle around that data. But then we quickly realized that the power that machine learning offered us and the automation coupled with it, we could do so much more. And so we started automating and leveraging the machine learning strategies and models that we had at our disposal to make decisions. And so now 65% of all of our incidences from monitoring, detection, response, and mitigation are actually fully automated. And that means that from send to stern, the SOC is not involved. There's not a person in the loop. And now we actually have models now in place that are actually doing some of the escalations for us. We need to do more, but at least it was a start. It actually enabled us to remove our entire tier one of our SOC. The people I used to refer to as screen peepers drove me absolutely bat crazy that we paid people to stare at screens. We didn't need it anymore. We stopped doing it, and it allowed us to start reinvesting those resources into threat hunting and threat activities. And we expanded that across the security organization. It's more than just the SOC. I think that there is a limitation to what we can do with machine learning, even the unscripted types that we've been leveraging a little bit more recently, that Gen AI solves, right? That I really see a potential for, an opportunity for from a security perspective. There is an adversarial component to it, and I'm super worried about it. There's an insider threat component to it, which I find unbelievably awesome and just scary as all get out, which we're not even talking about or addressing. That we need to figure out. But at the same time, there's also, how do we, as a CISO, I also have to worry about how do we authorize systems involving those technologies. Currently, there is no really good way to do it. I was out at Redmond visiting with a vendor. And after that discussion on the flight back overnight, I wrote a security policy to how to authorize Gen AI in production. and trying to get and actually helping DHS write theirs right now. Although I just got the draft and it's terrible, but that's okay. We'll get it there. We'll get it there. You know, because really what we're talking about is the uniqueness that Gen AI provides us. There are unique risks that are outside of NIST. And so, you know, whether you're talking about impromptu or prompt injection, whether you're talking about model theft or model abuse, or you're talking about training poisoning, data poisoning as a concept doesn't even exist in normal NIST controls and risk, right? I've got, as a CISO, I have to be able to communicate to my authorizing official the risks that are involved in a system, how we've either mitigated them or risks that he needs to accept. And then so he can sign that ATO letter. That's what we need. That's what's missing, is that connection between what's out there. And the risks are, well, I wouldn't say they're well understood. That would be a total lie. I think we know a lot about the risks, but I don't think we fully understand them. This reminds me so much of the cloud journey that we went on. When we started in cloud, nobody was in cloud. DHS couldn't even spell it. And so it was actually kind of nice because we could do things, and we made so many mistakes. I mean, the things that we did, I could write a book on, they were just terrible. But at the same time, we learned a lot throughout that course of that journey. The nice part about it is that nobody was focused on cloud. There was really no threats. We could make a lot of mistakes and kind of get away with it. Gen AI is not that. By the number of people gathered here, it's got a lot of attention, and it's got the attention of the threat actors as well. And so getting this right is even more so important than even the way we went through cloud. You know, does it freak me out as a CISO? Yeah, absolutely. But I'm enthralled by the ideas of its capabilities that it offers me. Right now, I've pushed the limits on machine learning. Gen AI it's the next evolution of what we want to do. Do I see it as like the be all of end alls? No, I don't. I think it's going to augment a lot of the things that we're doing. It's going to enable a lot of functionality that we don't currently have access to, or would like to be able to have access to. And more importantly, it's going to be the only way that we deal with some of the adversarial threats that are coming our way or are already here.
It's always great to be next to a CISO.
Sure.
You're good company in the room. From my standpoint, it's very easy. I mean, failure is not an option. As Shane pointed out, as you look to your left, you look to your right, as you look to your phone, it's very hard to find someone that does not have data in one of our systems. AI is a conduit for helping us to secure. When I talk to my family, my friends, my coworkers, I want to make sure they know I'm doing my best job. If this helps me enable that, it's very important. One of the things I'll talk about separately then is for me, the barrier to entry. There's always a fear as we look out there with new tools and technology. How do you transition? Your team is used to this technology. How do you transition them? Taking things like natural language and really simplifying the syntax so that therefore I can go from one system to another system and really help drive my team to a new technology. If AI can help me do that, it's a great move into the future. The other things we need to look into, as Shane pointed out, is how can we automate some of the things that we're seeing out there in production as we're taking in more data from OMBM 2131. What are we doing with that data? How can we leverage it? And again, you know, when I came from the Department of Defense, we have very easy saying we can't people our way out of that problem. So I can't just continue to hire new people, staff up new contractors. At a certain point, you reach a tolerance level that you can no longer drive forward. So again, we're looking to leverage this technology, see how can we supplement the staff that we do have? How can we drive some automation as we're seeing this data come in? And hopefully, again, failure is not an option, that when something does happen, we pick it up. So therefore, when I come to conferences like this, or I look to my left and my right, I can generally say we're doing our best to protect the data that we have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Can I just have
Yes,
one
yes.
comment to that? So I've been, as I said, we're currently doing a study mandated by the executive order. And also I've been having some meetings with some of the other chief AI officers across government. And the one problem we continue to come across is this idea of data security, right? These large language learning models only work based upon huge data sets. Everybody here on the federal government side is required to protect your information, right? Whether it's a student loan, whether it's immigration, whether it's here at Treasury, whether it's Veterans Affairs. You don't want your information flowing out somewhere so somebody can use as a training module within a large language learning model somewhere. And that becomes a big concern because if it doesn't flow out, then the models are not correct. Right. And we hear the same from bankers across the board, all financial services. They have a trust between themselves and their customers regarding how to be able to protect their information, right? They don't want their information on the front page of the Washington Post. I assume nobody here wants their tax return on the front page of the Washington Post either, right? So how do we balance those two ideas together to be able to use the information in a way within that trusted environment and the requirements that we have through FSMA and other laws to be able to make sure that we're using the information in that way without allowing it to get out of bounds to be able to use that. We've heard the same thing. If anyone's here as an attorney, right? If the information flows out of your organization, you lose attorney-client privilege, right? Other ones, accountants, other folks the same way. And you don't want to be able to do that. So I think that's a big challenge we're going to have going forward, is to understand how we use the technology without violating that trust that's been entrusted in us by our customers, our citizens, and the like going forward.
I think that's a good point. I was wondering, Dr. Tibbetts, if you can sort of elaborate on that. How do you get that balance?
Well, it's a very interesting conundrum. I think you described that very well. So I don't know. I guess where I'll start is asking the question, when you ask, one poses the question about the risk of AI, I would ask that maybe we should all think about as compared to what? As compared to what? AI is just not necessarily bringing new risks, but the question, it may only be that these risks are newly evident to us now, but were there before. So having been, I am a physician, I'll give you posit this example to you, and it has to do, you could translate it into hallucination and a whole bunch of other stuff. Anyway, patient comes into the doctor's office, patient says, I have XYZ, tests are ordered. Doctor tells patient, I think you should do 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I think what you have is condition X. Okay. My guess is many patients, many of you in this room, expect that there is a certain degree of scientific underpinning there basing as the basis of that recommendation. Well, I can assure you there largely is not. I can tell you that for sure. I'm not hypothesizing there, and I can go on and on about flaws in the medical literature we can talk about later, and if you wish, and flaws in bringing what is good in the medical literature to the bedside. That's a whole nother set of flaws. But my question to you is, given the small amount of medical literature that underpins those recommendations, is that physician hallucinating? All right. And where is the drift in those recommendations? And if you go to 3 doctors, you get 3 different sets of recommendations, et cetera. I would suggest that we need to think about AI in that context and how much of a problem, which we had before for a long time, it only is now that we're coming to recognize it. And we think of it as an AI problem. I would contend that it is often not an AI problem. It's simply a human problem that we've had for a long time. And now we're forced to think about it because of this AI opportunity and challenge we have right now. Yes, we want to protect information, but on the other hand, and I've run into this with a friend of mine who's a researcher in the pharmaceutical world, had really that problem, which is I asked him, and his background was protein folding. And if any of you are familiar with Mustafa Suleiman and AlphaGo, there's another sister function to that called AlphaFold, where he managed to identify the protein folding of every protein in the human body in a matter of minutes, weeks. I don't know, whether using adversarial networks, whatever he did to figure it out, I don't know. But there were no biochemists involved in that, by the way. But he figured out what took biochemists years and years and years to do one. He did 1 million protein folds. Anyway, that background, I said, well, what about using Gen AI to identify new candidate modules for therapeutics? He says, well, precisely. Well, we don't want to put our IP out into the wild so people can steal our IP and it winds up training models that someone else can use. So he's exactly wrestling with that problem. And this is a 4-month conversation from just 4 months ago. They have not solved that problem. They don't know how to strike that balance. On the other hand, we have to accept the limitation that if we don't figure that out, then if we simply use our own internal data in-house, we're going to really cripple the power of the large language models. On the other hand, if we put it out there, we're going to lose control of the data. So therefore what? I don't know the answer to any of that. But what I am going to come back to is those use cases. And to me, just the way I think about it, you all may think about it differently, but to me, the balance of risk and reward, the dangers or not dangers, the dangers of whatever this thing is compared to what they really used to be, in fact, is dependent on the use case. And I would say to me, one use case is going to be totally different than another, I think. So one of the things I'm enthralled with is, in fact, Gen AI for software development. Well, precisely, speaking of having your data in the wild, one of the reasons Gen AI is going to turn out to be quite useful for the VA for software development is it part of the training data set for Gen AI for these large language models was GitHub. Well, it turns out that VA standard MUMPs is in GitHub. So therefore, we know that those large language models can in fact produce VA standard MUMPs, right? And then you get back to the keynote speech this morning about, well, what's the time to the first draft? Well, now it's damn near instantaneous, right? So, but that's only because that data is out there and where we felt the risk would be low and so forth and so on, the software, not the patient data. So anyway, I think use case specificity, and you go back to my last comment on the large language model software development use case, is this whole problem of drift and hallucinations. Given if an institution and the human in the loop, and we'll come back to the human in the loop thing later, but is whatever your test apparatus, however you built your testing for software is there, right? To me, the interesting thing about that use case is whatever you use Gen AI to generate by way of code, stick it into your test harness and test it. You'll get immediate feedback as to whether that code works or not. It's immediate. There is no hallucination problem. It either works or it doesn't. If it doesn't work, you go rerun it, do another prompt, whatever it is. But in any case, that cycle time now is dramatically reduced. In that case, I think a lot of the risks go away for that particular use case, whereas another use case, the risks might be totally different. So to me, I think use case specificity is a great way to kind of parse this whole world and think about this use case versus another, as opposed to a general conversation about AI.
Thank you, Dr. Tibbetts. I have a question here about how, are there specific sort of strategic imperatives that agencies need to consider, when incorporating AI into their cybersecurity frameworks? I'm thinking of in terms also of zero trust. How can AI work with zero trust? And I'll go with industry first. Jim.
Yeah, appreciate that. I'll just first by tagging on to the previous two conversations and mapping that back to zero trust. It's important and imperative that if you're using these generative AI tools, that you have some visibility from a zero trust perspective for continuously making sure you're validating the user, the data sets, the applications, the posture, all of the things, so you know who's using what data they can use, and having a level of granularity for an application. All users cannot be treated the same in terms of what you want them to be able to do with these tools, right? So our tools give you the level of granularity to determine which users can use these large language models, which users can use specific data sets. We're looking at the data tagging. So from a data exfiltration and a DLP perspective to make sure data isn't leaked. So there's some sophistication that needs to go into that from the application layer itself. And that has to be continuously looked at as part of a zero trust model. That's inherent to the tools. It's inherent in the collaboration between the tools. All of those kind of pillars become important in terms of collaborating and making sure you have the right user, the right data, the right application, the right level of granularity in terms of what they can do with it. The second piece around zero trust is, I'll go back to what Shane said, and it's great to hear a lot about the things that he's done with the SOC, and that's near and dear to my heart. I think from a zero trust perspective, the most important thing you can do as an agency is to start really using automation and orchestration, and to standardize on it, and to use that as the glue that binds all these tools together. I talked earlier about data and the importance of sharing and collaborating between the tools. That is inherently what is your orchestration and automation, your SOAR tool needs to be able to do that. Our XSOAR tool has a lot of collaborations pre-built to enable you to just take advantage of playbooks and visibility that is already out in the marketplace. But everything that Shane talked about, eliminating your tier one support, you look at an organization like Palo Alto Networks, we're relatively small compared to some of the enterprises that I deal with, but we still have 275,000 externally facing assets that are accessible by the external network. That creates over 3 billion network events a day. So to Shane's point, you can't have somebody watching a screen and finding signal from noise when you're looking at 3 billion events. So the goal is 100% automation. That's obviously a goal that's unachievable, but the whole idea is you're taking these tier one type of individuals, and instead of having them watch screens, you retrain them to build your automation and orchestration. That's exactly what we've done. That's exactly what we recommend to our agencies. Start doing that today, because you can't address the sheer volume of what is coming at you if you can't just start to get that percentage up in terms of those billions of events that are out there. I work with the DoD very closely. We look at the attack surface of the DoD. We are talking 390 million and climbing assets externally facing. Think of the mind-boggling number of events happening for all of our agencies to deal with. And that's so critical. You have to make those teams efficient. You have to make them effective. The only way to do that is to use artificial intelligence and to use automation orchestration across the board, every tool and collaborating between them.
Shane, are there specific strategic imperatives that agencies need to consider when incorporating AI?
Boy, I wish I could say we did that when we started, but we did it out of necessity and because, well, we had no choice. It was desperation more than anything that drove it. So yes, I mean, and looking back and in retrospect, there's definitely things I wish we had strategically kind of thought through before we jumped in feet first. And in fact, when we first started trying to stand up our SOAR product, we failed at it miserably 3 times. I mean, not just like sort of failed, like completely failed, blew up, died, exploded. It was painful and ugly. It took us about, I think it was on the 4th try we finally managed to figure it out. There's a lot of trial and error there. They're building in that expectation. Part of what we did and from a strategic perspective, and one of the things we started doing then and have continued to do is sort of an agile security mindset where you fail forward, fail fast, fail forward. In the sense that we expect failure, we treat it as a learning opportunity to move. And the idea of building, start small. In an agile world, we always talk about MVPs, the minimal viable product. What is it the very least we can get away with in deployment that meets at least a portion of what we're trying to accomplish? Because the task of automation, and especially when you're talking huge security enterprises, unbelievably huge, and it's overwhelmingly huge. So start small, start little, and just sort of innovate and iterate towards success. And I think that, in terms of like next steps and strategically speaking too, we're always looking sort of what can we do better, faster, quicker. I will say, when we first started in the automation, we started realizing the value that it provided. We actually track it, and we figure we have a way of actually determining how many labor hours it saves us. So we can tell you how many millions of dollars every year that we get back. And I think last year was 16 million or something like that. We're ridiculously good at it. We recognize that originally we had this idea of 100% automation. That actually isn't possible. It just isn't. And in fact, I think if you could get to 70 or 75%, I think it'd be a miracle. Anything beyond that is actually you shouldn't do. It actually introduces a lot more risk than it's worth. Now, Gen AI, on the other hand, though, does offer us some opportunities that I think are going to bridge some of those gaps. What we've seen with the machine learning side, and because all these are structured and you have to build them out, and then you have to, of course, there's feedback loops that have to go into them to ensure that they're actually still doing the things they're doing before, and blah, 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 blah. But they're very structured, and they have to be, right? That's how machine learning works. And we have some unstructured ones that are sort of a little bit more loosey-goosey, but they don't work in the same way. Where Gen AI steps in and it makes it very unique is its capability to sort of learn on its own, learn from the data, and then generate new data. I mean, that is, in the past, really is only my SOC personnel that were generating new data, technically speaking. Now Gen AI steps in, so it's going to have the capability to actually adjust those workflows and those playbooks on the fly based on real-time reality. If you look at the threat landscape, it is evolving faster than any of us probably fully understand. What was a really huge threat a year ago probably isn't as much of a threat today, but there's something new now, and it's constantly shifting, constantly moving. And of course, the immigration space is, I don't know if you've noticed, very politically active, sort of, and always in the newspaper. And that in and of itself creates its own dynamic. So as the politics of immigration change, it creates a whole different threat but dynamic. And so the fact that that's occurring, the ability to adapt and quickly and is where I think Gen AI provides us that opportunity, especially in the security space, because it does have that capability. And we're looking at it for vulnerability management, because we started doing risk-based vulnerability management where not all risks are created equal. And just because somebody says that this risk is a 10 versus a 5 versus a 4 versus whatever, doesn't necessarily mean it's applicable to my environment in the same way. But having the labor power to actually implement that sort of technology or that approach is actually very, very difficult. We've leveraged automation to date to do some of that, but really there's a lot of decision making that has to go into it and make that happen. We're really looking to Gen AI to make that capability and make those decisions for us so that we can begin actually applying risk to the vulnerability space, because I can't patch at the speed that's required. I mean, the number of patches that come out every day are ridiculous. There's no way in God's grace I can just continually patch my environment like that. I have to selectively do it, and I have to do that based on risk. That to me was it is actually one of our big strategic goals for the next year.
Could I just really quick just tag on to that? And I'll keep it very brief, but I was at the Google Health Summit across the hall earlier this week. So that use case is very near and dear to my heart right now, thinking about IoT security and things like that. But a lot of things of what Shane said, it is that low hanging fruit. It's about starting small and having the ability to automatically identify what's on your network. So using machine learning to identify devices, in this case, the medical devices, IoT devices, think of the thousands and thousands of medical devices that are in a healthcare environment, being able to automatically find them and then to take for your SOC and be able to one click, be able to give them recommendations, whether that's configuration management, whether it's patching, they're misconfigured, there's ports open, whatever that is, whether it's unencrypted traffic, but having that again, given right to your operator as a suggestion, and they can click and create policy around that. That's the only way to really efficiently go after that, and having that crowdsourced telemetry. And what I mean by that in the healthcare side, that's MDS2, that's the CEVs, that's sharing data between the cybersecurity organizations. There's some consortiums where we share some telemetry data ourselves, but having that power of that data to know what devices you have and to know how to segment them on your network, how to deploy policy, do that all automatically and help your operators. It's critical.
Yeah, we've done that with our assets. And in fact, that was actually one of the first things we went after was asset management. And at first we just did it as identification. And then we realized, hey, wait a second, we could actually make it do things and make it sandbox things that aren't up to don't have the correct policy, or the correct STIGs applied, or are missing certain vulnerabilities, or have criticals or highs. And so we automated that piece out of it. And it gave us the full visibility of our enterprise for the first time ever, which was actually a scary day, if I'm being honest about it.
If I can just jump in here, as we've been talking about risk, the financial sector has been working with risk, I don't know, 400 or 500 years, right? Ever since people have been trying to rob banks, that's what we're trying to pay attention to over and over again. But so, risk management is the key. Is there new risk out of this? I don't think there's new risk. It just looks different. Right? It's the same stuff, stealing the data, stealing the money, stealing those kind of things, just different vectors to get there. But I think one of the things that we have a big challenge today is that as we're rolling out AI, I hope we're not making the same mistakes we did back in the 80s when we rolled out hardware and software, right? The methodology of we're going to rush it to market, we're then going to patch it and fix it. And the burden then falls on us as owner operators of these systems to then have to be able to try to apply patches, which is basically impossible in any real time, is going to get us to a bad spot, right? If we continue to do this, what we keep hearing is that AI can go off the rails pretty easily. We saw the examples of what happened with Google of going down and producing images and the like that just aren't accurate in many ways that could cause real damage. I'm not want to pick on Google. I heard other ones can do the same stuff, so I don't want to get there. But how do we change this dynamic? Instead of trying to rush to market and then burdening the folks that have to run the systems with the burden of trying to get things better and apply patches to defend off the adversaries you're attacking, to actually be able to produce stuff that's actually going to be beneficial and done right. Is that more expensive? It may or may not be. I know the cost that is on Treasury, I assume DHS, everybody else, of trying to have these massive network defense networks to be able to apply folks to be able to have those defenders there and do patch management is a massive cost that impacts society generally. We know DHS is also pushing out this secure by default, secure by design to be able to make software and hardware more secure in the first place. And we saw this from the National Cybersecurity Strategy, right? In which that's the tact the US government is trying to take to make it better to come into market in the first place. I think there's an opportunity here as we're rolling out AI, as is getting there, to do it right the first time, as opposed to have this methodology of continuing to put patches, which is just not sustainable from anybody who's out there, right? We talked to one financial firm who said, there's not that many unemployed cybersecurity professionals, but there are about 5,000 depository banks out there. If each one has to do it themselves, it's going to be impossible. There are not 5,000 people looking for a job, right, in this space. So how do we work to be able to make sure that we're doing this in the first place to make it more secure so that this national, the national cybersecurity gets more robust so you don't have to worry about the adversaries in the same way that we've not been able to do it correctly for the last 20, 30 years.
Yes, we're at the 2-minute warning, so I know Devon wants to say something, so.
I'll try to quickly get in there. This has been interesting. I'll just go real quick. I mean, from a strategy standpoint, what we've done is Qualc run. You need to go out there with zero trust to assess where you are today. AI to me is a building block. So how do you build into it? One of the pieces I'm listening to Shane and as well as Jim about is that, again, I came from the Department of Defense to run perimeter defense. So your company helps to power a lot of the stuff we did over at DISA. Overhead, federal student aid is really how do we build a strong foundation around cybersecurity and then build up to the AI components that are in there. We're very keen on our zero trust approach. We understand where we are. There's a lot of work that we need to do to get there. I think from an industry standpoint, one of the things that we need is to be very clear, especially on the licensing model. There could be assumptions that you may have XYZ capabilities that, hey, vendors building out AI, you have a license, does it support that? Again, making that very clear will help us at least kind of understand where we are today. Do we have what we need? And then from a cost perspective, what do I need to support and integrate those capabilities into it?
Thank you. Does anyone in 36 minutes, can anyone say what role does collaboration play in optimizing the use of AI for cybersecurity across different federal agencies? Anyone want to take that?
Yeah. So just to be clear, we set up at the White House level, the AI Council. They've already met a few times for the chief AI officers to discuss that. We're setting up similar AI councils at different aspects within the federal government. I think ODNI is going to be setting up one. I assume defense through all their parts within Treasury. We're going to be looking at that through the OMB guidance going forward. So that collaboration is critical. I think these kind of meetings are really critical too. I was at one a couple of weeks ago to be able to figure out how do we coordinate with you, collaborate at the chief AI officer. So we're dealing with the same headaches, understanding the same headaches, talking the same language, and then being able to make sure we're solving the problems at that level, which is going to be critical. So happy to be here. Very excited that you invited us here. And if there's more of these, love to be able to go more. So thank you.
I think we got time for a question or two.
Okay.
That's all right.
Okay.
We have good questions out here, or any questions? Hopefully good. How about that? We're going to start lunch in a minute, but we just have a couple minutes while we have everybody up here. Hang on. Go ahead. Okay.
Oh,
That's
thank
all you
you.
got time
Oh,
to say.
thanks.
That's
Just
fine.
a couple of seconds. The collaboration activities, we're certainly in VA very interested in participating in all those at federal level. White House, we work very closely with already. I guess I wanted to add one more dimension to that, though. Collaboration, to answer your question, is very important, I think, particularly with the state of knowledge where we are, not learning from each other. These kind of meetings are very important. I wanted to add one more dimension to it, though, and I'm going to call it democratization, which is there's to me another aspect of collaboration here which has to happen, which is not the technical workforce, not the developers, not the IT community, et cetera, but it's the day-to-day, the users who are getting the work done every day, is getting them trained up on. It's like cybersecurity is everybody's business. Well, today, as word processing, everybody uses it. Well, tomorrow, everyone's Gen AI is going to be everybody's business. So I'd say there's got to be a collaboration, democratization dimension to this too, which gets down to all of us, everybody in this room. But what are we going to do when we go home tonight to learn more about Gen AI for ourselves, for our kids, for our coworkers? That's, I think, another aspect of the collaboration, because we can all learn from each other. It doesn't just have to be the White House counsel, although that's important too. But that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Lunch is coming, don't worry. I might hear some grumblings. One of the things that struck me on this panel is things are a little different now that we have AI that, kind of sprouting up from data and security from like the CISO. Now it's all coming together. People that didn't used to talk and sit at the table. How is that working culturally in some of your agencies?
USAID, I think the DevOps sort of approach to development has always brought together the operational side and the business side. So we've actually, for good or bad, are really good at that. And in fact, I have a lot of people in the business side who think they're a CIO. And it's a good problem. It's a first world problem to have. I would prefer to have that, because they actually will come to us instead of just a requirement. They'll come to us with a requirement and a technology that will solve it. So it creates interesting dialogue. I think what we're seeing with the AI side, I mean, we saw the beginnings of this with the creation of the CDO, the CDOs, and all the agencies started having, these chief data officers, and that was sort of the entry into the data side of it. And there was always a security side to that to begin with, but then of course you get Zero Trust comes along and said, oh, there's a whole data pillar, and that drove that conversation. And even within the Zero Trust arena, there was always sort of a machine learning piece and automation piece to that. Now there's going to be an AI piece, obviously, and I'm talking, when I say AI, I mean generative side. And there should have always been, actually, but that's a discussion for a different day. And so what I'm seeing now, though, is this creation of sort of these collaborative groups that brings together a lot of the really important parties. I mean, we've mentioned some of them, the privacy folks, the civil rights folks, and they're all at the table. And what's nice about that, though, is they're also hearing from people like me saying, hey, listen, guys, NIST doesn't work here. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. It doesn't apply. It doesn't help us. There's got to be another overlay. There's got to be a different controls that sets to deal with some of these specific risks, as they're just simply not addressed. And figuring that solution out and working collaboratively with them across, so they understand that when we say no, we're actually saying no for very, very good reasons. Yes, Damien earlier from USCIS, he was kind of poking me in the eye because I did block Huggy Face. Sorry. Because I was watching all this gigabytes of data streaming out of my agency, I have no idea what it is. Getting everyone to the table, so they say, well, why did you block it? Well, it's because there's a lot of crap there that we don't know what you're doing. And we've got to understand that. So what the collaboration is really driving is a better understanding of those use cases and why it's important and what we need versus what they're just doing. Because there's a lot of playing right now. What we need is very specific use cases that drive need. Now, USCIS, we've got 2 projects going that are Gen AI driven under the DHS umbrella. And we're working very closely on those. And we'll see how that happens. I mean, we'll see.
One thing to mention. So, I mean, I know the chief data officer has been stood up for a while in a lot of places. What we've seen to some extent, at least the conversations we've had, is it's more tied into a compliance function, right? And once you get into compliance, you're not doing security, you're not doing resilience, you're doing compliance, which is important, but not driving the organization to where it is. How can we make sure that this AI function doesn't fit into the same box? And then just be one more compliance in which senior leadership says, yes, I have a person, I checked the box, and we're moving forward, right? And they just have to sign off on stuff, as opposed to help engage in the conversation to make it better, to be able to make sure the needs of the organization are working, and we're doing that. I think that's a challenge we have here, to be able to make sure that that's what it fits into the right way. Otherwise, it's just one more C-level person that's going to be at another meeting and not going to be drive that. I think that's a challenge.
So let me, if I can add to that, that's great. And that triggered a thought in my mind to sort of get, all hands involved here. This is a team sport. To get down to the front line. I think what's been missing, at least my observation of the IT industry in general, and certainly now with AI as well, is the humanization of the technology. So today, we have this concept out there, human-centered design, which is well described, well understood, utilized in many places and many places not. But to me, to put a front end on this thing that's actually useful to somebody who's getting work done, I would say this is a great opportunity to insert human-centered design on the front end, to use those observational methods to figure out what people on the front line need to actually alleviate burden, to offer better service, do it in a safer manner, all that kind of stuff.
Any questions? Any more questions?
I think they're hungry. Raquel.
Okay, I think they're hungry. Yes. Oh, what? There's one in the back?
All right, we got them. Hang on. I got to get my steps in anyway today. Here you go.
Thank you. Hi, I believe one of the panelists said that there are not enough cybersecurity professionals. I talk to students, I teach at a college. They're quite discouraged because companies and agencies are asking for experience in cybersecurity. People with master's degrees I spoke with, people with certificates in cybersecurity, they don't have experience. At least a couple of people that I spoke with at a networking event, it was, I believe, last week. They have experience, let's say, data center operations, but not in cybersecurity. But one guy has a master's degree in cybersecurity. So discouraged because everybody is asking for experience. So are there any serious efforts to, when it comes to the talent pipeline, encouraging people without experience to, give them opportunities?
I can jump in a little bit from the industry standpoint. So we have programs internally where we will take students and we'll put them through our SE Academy, get them trained up. We go and recruit actively. There isn't enough cybersecurity people to go around right now, so we're actively trying to do that. We're also working very closely in collaboration with the government to do training specifically for them to get up to speed on things. And certainly the tools, I think, are becoming better and they're becoming easier to get them first in the door. I talked about some of the uses of AI to do that. So having what I would call a co-pilot along with you, that if you're not a seasoned engineer, you can get recommendations based on artificial intelligence, machine learning. You can use these automation tools. You can get a lot accomplished. So there's a lot of things going. I don't think the gap is as big as it used to be. I've been doing this for a long time. I think the gap, I can look back in my days and I learned Fortran in my engineering, and that did not prepare me for a life of IT. So I think that gap is smaller than it used to be. I think it's more relevant, what they're getting from an education standpoint, but there are a ton of opportunities out there, whether that's using open source tools, being self-motivated to do some of those and look beyond what you're just getting there. But there are also opportunities with us within the government to get that next step.
Yeah, if I could just mention, so cybersecurity professionals have their own hiring series, the 2210, which has expedited hiring authority. So if they're looking for that, if it's AI, there are 2 new series that are going to be open with expedited hiring authority. That basically means we see your resume, we can hire you without going through the whole process. So if your students are having challenges, please reach out to me, reach out to anybody here. I know we have vacancies. We'll love to be able to hire them. But I honestly, I haven't heard of that challenge. But if your students are having that, clearly we have an issue. There is a cyber workforce development strategy that's been going on for a year now to be able to encourage more folks to get into the space. So if you're saying there's already folks out there who are in the space who are looking for positions, let us know and we'll start to put them in touch with the right folks.
I would say the DoD is having recruitment issues, and there's certainly opportunities to go and further your career and serve the country at the same time. So just a plug for my comrades.
USCIS leverages the Pathways program for new recent grads. I know a lot of people are familiar with that. So we've hired a lot of people out of that. These are people fresh out of school, whether they're bachelor's or master's degrees. They enter in the government. They're on an accelerated path. So they move up a series of steps very, very quickly. They obviously get access to all the training and all things. Generally what happens is we train them, give them all the experience, and they leave us after 5 years and go work for these guys, but that's okay. No, we've actually been very successful with it. And we actually do a lot of hiring events around that. I've been to several of them. I've hired, I don't even know, dozens of students over the years. So there's a lot of opportunity there as well.
I was going to answer the experience part of your question. We have the special pay prerogatives and those kind of things too, 2210s and whatnot. We train veterans. We have special programs for veterans also when they come out of active service or transitioning. But to the point about the person in the audience who asked about experience, I say there's also some simple things which are available, which is the students understand something about AI. They actually understand it, and what they lack is experience. They can go volunteer somewhere for their church organization or something, or their local soccer club or something, and start using what they've learned there and build up their resume by way of experience by simply volunteering, and then use that to as a stepping stone to something else and cite all that experience.
Yeah, so I would say, I mean, some of your question I kind of agree with. I mean, we typically hire mid to senior level. One of the things I said earlier on is that we're very excited with, especially the removal of the barrier to entry. There's some things where it's just hard to understand unless you've done it for quite some time. And I think generative AI, having those recommendations, as Jim mentioned over there, to the tool set, it's just not there today. So bringing somebody in and trying to get up to speed takes quite some time. But again, the majority of those tools are growing, leveraging AI. For me, from my standpoint, I can bring in somebody from the business unit that understands the systems well, and I can take them in and say, hey, look, you can ask this system these questions and get this response back. That to me is where we probably won in this space, but we're just not there today.
Okay, that's a wrap, I think. So thank you, Brian, Dr. Tibbetts, Jim, Shane, and Devon.
Thanks, Rutrell. That was a great way to end the morning. And that concludes our morning program. We do have food. You don't have to rush out there and get it. It's not the Oklahoma land rush. We haven't run out of food yet. But please, we'll have a little break here. Visit all of our partners. They've got a lot to offer, some really interesting companies. And we'll see you. We'll get you after lunch. Thanks. All right, we're going to get our afternoon going here. It's hard to believe this thing kicked off 5 hours ago. We only have about an hour and a half left, but we've got a couple panels and a closing keynote. So if I can get everybody's attention, we are going to have Adam Mazmanian, who's executive editor for NextGov FCW, going to kick us off with a panel, Innovating with Heart, the Responsible AI Revolution. And if Adam, you want to call your panel up, you guys can get things going.
Good afternoon, everyone. Why don't you come sit down and I'll introduce you from here. My name's Adam Mazmanian. I'm the executive editor of NextGov FCW. Thanks to everyone for coming out today. Hello, are you Tony? Igor. Have a seat. All right. Is Tony with us? Tony Bose? Okay, well, I'm going to start just with some introductions, and then I'm going to ask our panelists to each give just a brief account of what they're doing and how their work intersects with AI. Our topic is Innovating with Heart, the Responsible AI Revolution, and we're really just trying to get some thoughts going, some ideation going on what responsible AI means, and what are the specific things about the government environment that make it so important to tackle some of these issues. So starting here, I have Frank Indiviglio, Chief Technology Officer of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I've got Igor Jablakov, the CEO of Prion. Tom Harrell, Senior Policy Advisor at National Institutes of Health at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And on the end, Tony Bose, Presidential Management Fellow, and who's detail? Does it count as a detail, or as at the Department of Veteran Affairs? VA is just okay. So I guess I'll start with since you're right here, I'll start with you, Frank. Can you just give us a minute overview of introduction, and we'll keep going down the line.
Sure. And thanks, Adam, for having me, and thanks for everybody for coming today and listening to us for a little bit. Like Adam said, I work for NOAA. I'm the CTO there. So there's a lot of mission space within NOAA, right? Our mission space starts at the surface of the sun and ends at the bottom of the ocean. And in between that, there's a lot of science that goes on. That science is further enabled, and then sped up by things like AI to really kind of develop a value chain across the space from an observation to a product, right? So every forecast that you get, every piece of data that you use, it's weather, and you use it more than you think. Just besides walking outside your front door and checking the forecast, when you buy a house, where you buy a house, all these things are have weather drivers behind them. So the data that NOAA generates and the data that it produces and makes available to the public is really important. And a lot of that will become driven by AI if it's not already going in that direction. It's been something that we've worked on as an agency for a long time, and it's now becoming more prevalent in our science mission. I'll stop there.
Igor, may I get your remarks as well?
There's a reason why I'm dressed like a professor from Hogwarts. Because everybody thinks AI is magic. But in reality, people tend to put it on too high a pedestal. It just represents the current incarnation of a desire that people have had for millennia, if not longer. And guess how we used to do it? Cave drawings. Right. And then we did printing presses, and then we, created libraries and things of that sort. So for us, if you think about the core mission for Prion, by the way, Prion, where does the word come from? Well, I used to lead the AI team at IBM. And in my frustration, they did not greenlight the baby version of Watson that our team discovered. So in my frustration, I departed, picked off our top scientists and engineers, stood up our last company that half a decade later was Amazon's first AI-related acquisition that birthed what many of you know as Alexa. So Alexa is my older sister's name, and the code name was Prion. So for decades, the folks in our team have been fixated on how you reduce the distance between knowledge and people. And the people here represent your internal personnel, your customers, your partners as well. And we've been on this journey for a long while.
Okay. Tom? Is yours working?
Tom Harrell. I am a contractor and senior GRC policy advisor for the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences. And right now we are in the midst of rolling out the first one of our phases to actually activate our strategic plan for the National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences Technology. Part of that, of course, is AI. The NCATs, as we call it, scientists produce therapeutics based upon algorithms and machine learning, large language models. A lot of the data coming out of our laboratories via APIs, via IoT devices, et cetera. As part of our governance strategy, we have to make sure that the data that is generated internally retains its efficacy, its sanctity, as it flows down through to data science. So data quality is an issue. Also, data that we bring in from medical institutions, centers elsewhere. We want to ensure that we have quality data that will enable us to determine the social impacts of disease on various communities around the country and around the world.
Tony?
Next.
Hello, my name is Tony Bosey. I am a research programs manager and a researcher at the National Artificial Intelligence Institute, and I'm officially graduated from the PMF program. I survived, thank you. The NI at VA, I'm also co-chair of the ATARC AI and Policy Working Group, which is without a doubt the best working group there is in ATARC or anywhere to discuss AI policy. Please join us if you have an opportunity. It's a great group. And we do a lot. We are pretty old. I was one of the first employees about three or 4 years ago. We obviously have a wide purview, the VA being one of the largest organizations, the largest cabinet department if you disintegrate DoD into Navy, Air Force. Obviously, if you add them all together, they beat us, but that's cheating. So I'm just going to say we're the largest We've got a lot of people spread over the country and honestly over the world, a lot of doctors and a lot of researchers that want to use AI. So it's obviously a principal concern for us to make sure that these individuals who are extremely talented and extremely capable as doctors and nurses are also talented and capable with AI, both for the safety and security of the veterans and also for the better development and optimal use of taxpayer dollars. So we have a wide portfolio of things to do, of which I help with many, to try to really drive home the appropriate and responsible use of AI and the effective leverage of taxpayer dollars so that we can put AI in the field to benefit veterans. And then also some of my projects are with active DoD, who are the veterans of the future. So we definitely have a wide purview and a lot of concerns related to today's topic. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thanks, everyone. Before I dive into the discussion questions, I just wanted to note that I know these gentlemen have been working in these fields for years and doing, I guess, what we call classic AI or AI/ML, as well as, and I think when we're talking about AI, I think if you're going to be talking about generative AI, some of the new stuff that we've been seeing in the last year or so, we should probably break out and just mention it specifically so that people know when you're talking about your sort of existing classic use cases and things that are kind of coming down the pike. So with that, I just wanted to throw it out there, and maybe I'll start with Frank. Just can you give me a quick definition of responsible AI within the context of federal governance, and what are the primary objectives of a responsibility stance or policy or outlook?
So, I mean, I think the definition of responsible AI will vary for NOAA. For us, I think it's the scientific principles that we already kind of operate on, right? We want to make sure that forecast products that get out of the data that people use is obviously correct. And it's our, part of our mission to make that data better products for over the long haul. So I think that a lot of the scientific process that we put into AI traditionally and now in generative, I think there's a couple of lenses there, different lenses, but if we move from the traditional to the generative, I think the governance part has become a big discussion in that in the arena of responsible AI. The governance has to get more inclusive. It's got to include, a lot of different branches of it's not just science or technology or engineering. It becomes legal, ethical, and there's a lot more discussion has to go on. And it's not just a deeper dive in terms of governance, but it's a deeper dive in terms of what data that you have, right? And every data set that you have has bias in it. If someone says they don't have bias in their data, that's a red flag. Your vendors have bias in their data, not that on purpose, they just do, right? You have to work through that and you have to have those discussions. So you have to have that discussion with your data. You have to have the discussion with the organization that has to become part of your governance. So it is more, I think the responsible part of AI is more of an organizational task, less than a technology task. The technology is there. We can all use it, but it's how you use it. It goes back to using the right tool in the right situation and using it the right way.
And Igor, I wanted to ask you, from your introduction and being at IBM and the development of Watson, how is this can you give me some of the sort of frame this discussion for me as it sort of developed over the years, this discussion, where did it start and where are we going? You seem like a really good place to answer that.
Yeah, and the modern AI industry is euphoric because they state if software is eating the world, AI is its teeth. That's what they're saying. That's how you can tell they're not the old guard. Because for us, AI was supposed to be the heart. There were three main reasons why we were attracted to working on these style of technologies. The first was for accessibility reasons. My chief scientist was blind, right? And we wanted to make sure that the computing age was available to all folks. In fact, one of my great friends was Brooke Ellison, who unfortunately recently passed away, the first ever handicapped graduate of an Ivy League school, who essentially was a big promoter of these style of assistive technologies because she said it allowed me to come and contribute my ideas and to be part of the world that we all share here. That was the first reason. The second reason was in order for all of you not to crash your cars into trees texting while driving. So for safety reasons, that was the second reason we were all attracted to working on the field. And the third is to essentially work on machine translation in order to bridge cultural divides. So that was all, under the umbrella that you would now describe as responsible AI. Many of us were attracted to the field for those purposes. We didn't think about shoving as many ads in your faces as possible. We did not think about shoving videos in front of teenagers' eyes. And we did not certainly think about turning your heads into Barney the Purple Dinosaur with generative AI.
Yeah, and it's with this panel, we have some extremely critical use cases between climate, medical research, veteran care. This isn't just using Gen AI to spit out a press release. These are life and death issues. So in that context, Tom, on the the research data that you work with, where do you see the sort of responsible AI policy or stance coming into play?
It would be when we are honest about the presence of model drift, of hallucinations. And to me, this all starts with your data. Do we know the lineage of that data? Has it been interrupted or intercepted on its way to the scientists and for them to feed their models? So it's for us, that responsible AI starts with the data quality, the sanctity of that data, and whether or not we have secured it appropriately.
And Tony, I wanted to ask you, visibility is a big issue. And I know this is a big open question about how much any procurer of an AI system gets to look under the hood and see how it does what it does. But what kind of oversight are you looking for to make sure that AI that you procure and use in your systems is ethical, is responsible, and what guarantees can you get or can you ask for? It's a tough question, right?
Yeah, guarantees, that's a big word. Guarantees is a success term, and you got to get to the end of the road before you get to a success term. So I think for us, there's a lot that's in here, right? So one, like responsible AI is a term. Generally in the government, we use trustworthy AI as the buzzword. If you look at like EO 13960 and EO 14110 and EO 14091, the sort of what you're looking for is trustworthy. And trustworthy AI is a combination of ethical and technical concerns. I'm an ethicist by training and by trade. So I obviously am more concerned about that side of the house. But at the technical side is also very important. And when it comes to talking about acquiring things, particularly for the care of the veterans, I think a big concern about transparency, to use a different term, is absolute. We very much want to know, well, both transparency and explainability, frankly, which also must mean understandability, but I'll try to be quick, right? So the idea is like a black box is a problem. We need to know what is happening, particularly for medical care, because there's a very reasonable possibility that an AI, like any other potentially consulting doctor, could reach the same conclusion by different means, and in the means that it reaches that decision could be something informative, or it could reach a different conclusion by the same means, which could be informative, or a different conclusion by different means. And then also because of the notion of informed consent, where I take that informed part of informed consent very seriously, not only does that explainability and transparency have to be usable for the practitioner, but it also has to be interpretable and explainable to the patient, has to be interpretable and explainable to the project manager that made the acquisition to directly address the question. And those three people are at very different technical levels and very different levels of investment and understanding of the situation at hand and what technology is available and what technology can do. So I'm not going to say we're running into a problem necessarily, but definitely there is some friction between how private sector tends to do business, where proprietary and privileged and secret, when you share, when you profit, entice the average consumer, and our concern where we actually need very much to see as much as we possibly can, as early as we possibly can. So I think I'm pushing to get as much transparency as possible up front. Let us see your source code. Let us see how things are made. Give us absolutely all the details possible, because we're not your competition, right? We're not going to steal it and go try to make our own competing property, our own competing technology. We want to see everything because we want to make sure when we use it that our doctors are going to be backed up and that they're going to understand what's going on, and that our patients are backed up and that are going to understand what's going on. I hope that's responsive.
Yeah, I think it might be good to get Igor to weigh in as well, because I guess you are on one side of these conversations as well. On transparency is probably the better word to use. And what are you hearing from government customers, and what are you what do you say to them on this question of transparency?
Yeah. Look, I'm overweight and I still ate a cookie. So, there's a limit to how you're asking a machine to explain itself better than a human can explain itself or why it does certain decisions. So I think there's always going to be an element of risk when you feel these style of technologies. You're just going to have to figure out, whether you're going to use traditional IT, certain types of AI, or you're going to go full bore on generative. I think there's a happy in between state. But look, you asked me this question before. What was it like in the early days? I knew that very sensitive content was going to be flowing through our system. So guess what I did? I had every one of my senior executives in the last company. By the way, we had almost 50 million users on our platform. Some of your data probably traversed our platform and you had no idea it was happening because it was processing phone calls, voicemails, and things of that sort. So I had them sign resignation letters that I slid in my desk ahead of time. And it basically said, if I ever compelled the private information for somebody that and created a God mode like Twitter, Facebook, and Uber got caught, that the whole company would shut down. That was the first thing. The second thing, right, when we talk about biases getting baked into these models and things of that sort, again, without seeing the data, I could tell that confidence rates started to drift as we started opening up the aperture, and I was trying to make the product more democratized. And so as we started getting more urban and rural clients, I saw their accuracy was going down. I didn't have to wait for somebody to shame me like, hey, this isn't a tool that's available to all parties. I said, go fix this, make it available so it works and supports their culture versus whatever the suburban culture that these things typically get trained in. And this was, 15, 20 years ago before people started using fancy pants terms like DI or ESG or things of that sort. It was just the right thing to do. Being a human being supporting other human beings, to have the same level of access. So that has to be part of our DNA. Thanks to Tom and team and everything else, at times we give AI literacy courses, and I spend the first act just talking about our background in terms of our personal journeys, because I said this, because it's a black box, people don't trust technology. People trust other people. You have to understand how we're wired, so that in the dark of night, what direction we're going to drift, either developing something responsibly or something that's going to have a lot of gotchas in there. So get to know the people. Don't go through just speeds and feeds and technical checklists, because that's not the stuff that's going to bite you in the rear. There's a reason why people, don't want to use, Zuck's technologies.
And just to follow on that, claiming the moderator's privilege, because I'm just honestly curious, is sort of eliminating bias from AI, is that an activity that scales at the level of a computer, and does it get easier as it goes along, or is it sort of grinding labor each time you sort of are trying to identify and remove bias from a data set?
Yeah, it depends on what type of technology you're going to want to use. The picks and shovel crowd are out there knocking on all of your doors, trying to tell you to build large language models or fine tune an open source model. That's not going to work, because now you're beholden to whatever's already baked into the underlying model. I kind of like the in-between state, and that's why we helped invent something called retrieval augmented generation, which air gaps the models that only are used to model the language, but your data is segregated from that. So whatever it's going to be spitting out is going to be anchored by the things that you already trust inside of your organization. That's the right way to do it, to support critical infrastructure, nuclear power plants, hospitals, air bases and things of that sort. There's no other way to fly, with respect to adopting AI technologies in those places.
And Frank, I wanted to get your take on this question of auditability, oversight. I know that my understanding is from I think there's a recent GEO report that detailed a lot of AI that NOAA has in the field. So you're doing this. What are you actually doing in terms of oversight of the AIs that you're deploying?
I don't know if it's a departure from what we normally do, right? I mean, research to operations in NOAA takes a long time, right? There's a lot of steps for things to move through maturity. I think the same thing happens in an AI perspective on both sides, right? And I think with the challenges that we'll have in the new age of generative AI and getting a little bit of, not away from our practices, but
getting towards new practices, to take those things into consideration, is really monitoring through the whole, right? I talked about data and governance, but you need to monitor that process through the whole, right? What's your data? Who owns your data? Do you own the data? Where is it going? Who can process it? Who gets to see it? All the way through, the processing of that data and how things are growing, right? So putting guardrails in, like Igor was talking about, where we understand what we're getting and we're understanding what we're giving. And a lot of this is going to sound somewhat repetitive, but it's really building trust, right? You're building trust in teams. They have to trust the technology to some extent. They should trust people more, but they also have to trust the fact that this technology is not going to come and take their job, right? It's a tool for them to go do their jobs. But I think the biggest thing that we're all going to have to learn, when we talk about weather and climate, we talk about reproducibility, and that means that we get the same answer every time, no matter what. And if something's wrong, we go looking in the code, or we go looking, at the machine that it ran on, and that's in traditional AI and traditional modeling. But I think that's going to fundamentally change in generative AI, right? You're going to dump more data into this model every day. The answer will change, and how do you explain that, right? So how do we convert from a very stringent repeatability or kind of standard to this new way of doing things, right? We're testing in production where normally that's not a process that operational HPC does, right? They want to test and then they put in production. We're going to start to think about testing in production. So I think there's a lot to learn there, but it's really, you have to put in monitoring and auditing throughout the process. It can't be just at one point, right? We tend to worry about the answers or worry about the inputs, but we'll have to now go through the whole process.
And Tom, this came up on our prep call, this concept of reproducibility. I'm hoping you can speak to that and why it's so critical, especially if your customers are scientists or doing important work with this data. Why is reproducibility so critical?
Because part of when the NCATS was formed, the tagline was basically discover, develop, and disseminate. So everything that we do and develop must be disseminated to the public for public health purposes. So any model that we create needs to be ultimately given to the public so that they can continue the research. And so that becomes a really important thing for us. And again, it comes back to the data. I mean, when any biomedical research entity conducts experiments and research, they really want to ensure that the data that develop that research can be findable by the community, accessible, interoperable, and repeatable. Okay, because if I have a successful experiment in my lab, I want to be able to write about it. I also want to be able to share that research and have other people be able to reproduce that. And when you start to disseminate that knowledge and different people are finding different issues, now that could be model drift. It could be the completeness or incompleteness of data, but data changing over time. Or maybe the model was a little wonky in the first place. So these are things that we have to really go back and interpret so that we can get those results reproduced, especially if they are connected to a critical disease.
And I wanted to ask Tony separately about this. We're seeing at the level of like the Office suites everybody uses, there's a little Gen AI being programmed into your Google suite, your Office 365, if you care to use it. Is that something that you foresee happening on the clinical side and clinical software? And how do you sort of propose to address that from an oversight point of view?
Sure. So I mean, to some extent, it's definitely coming into the clinical side. That's part of what the NI does. Right now, we have a massive tech sprint going on. We got a few hundred entries we're trying to do. One of the tracks is ambient dictation to help practitioners not have to spend so much time worrying about typing notes during a meeting or failing to respond and recollect everything correctly after a meeting. We also have the other half of the sprint is the ingestion of community care notes. So when a veteran goes out and gets service from a doctor who's not a VA doctor, that doctor turns over their medical notes to us. They're often hundreds, if not thousands of pages long. Right. So we need tools to help with these things because burnout is a big issue across the medical care industry, and the VA is no exception. In fact, the VA might be leading the burnout charge, which is not a charge you'd like to lead. So, I mean, there's definitely the integration of these sorts of prediction engines, and then on the back end, generation engines that will take inputs and put them back out. But I do think there's a wall, maybe not a wall. There's a concern to remain, particularly in the medical space, particularly because of the notions of like how critical a mess up in the medical space is, right? That's literally life and death potentially. There's going to be a place where we have to always have humans in the loop, and perhaps even humans in the loop more than any other instance, because our humans are extremely carefully trained and experienced individuals. We call them doctors. And doctors have an awful lot to input into the system when it comes to the generation of a care note, or the generation of a prescription, the generation of instructions to a client, generation of the informed consent documents that go before medical research. Right? All these things need more than I think AI will be able to give us at any point in the near future by itself, if for no other reason than the bias matter that's been brought up, right? The term bias removed was used a few minutes ago. Like, we should never use that term ever again. Bias is never going to be removed. Bias mitigation is the best you can possibly do. I read a recent paper that has this interesting thing of like, where the coastline of the US used to be post Pangea, but before North America was real, happens to line up to fertile ground, which happens to line up to a disproportionately large Black population because of unfortunate facts about the American history, which biases how people live and vote in that area now, right? In no way could we ever possibly remove the bias of something that was a geological feature several billion years ago, which I know is an extreme example, but it is an example that we live with, that affects us. And that sort of bias ripples through the environment, through our life experiences, through who we lived with, where we lived, what we did, and there's no way we're ever going to get all that out. So at the end of the day, particularly the medical context, AI will never be able to be let run free. There will always have to be doctors, which means there will always be a little bit of a limitation because there has to be the human in the loop, which may not be the case in, let's say, Office or Grammarly. If you're writing, I don't know, I taught freshmen for a long time. There's a lot of freshman papers. Most of them don't actually matter for the rest of your life. You shouldn't use generative AI, certainly, but if AI helps you, not the end of the world, right? You make a small mistake because of generative AI, maybe you get a B instead of an A, not the end of the world. But if a doctor does something where now they're giving 80% care instead of 95% care because they relied on AI too much, that's a problem. Somebody could die. So I think there's definitely a gulf in the use cases before and after a medical application, or honestly, before and after a defense application. And on the far side of that fence, I don't think that AI could or should be trusted quite as much as I might when I'm typing up something in Word.
Right. So just to stick with you for a sec, the effort to mitigate bias, it sounds to you, is a sort of a constant struggle, and it's a real, almost a discipline unto itself.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 100%. No, I mean, there's no. It should be a priority, and people will be like, well, I can use AI to fight bias, right? But then that AI that's fighting the bias maybe has less bias or difference bias, but it's got some bias. Right. And it's going to be turtles all the way down. And that's never going to stop being a fight. And there's always going to have to be a human in there. And maybe we should even, I mean, maybe you're not suggesting this, but it sounds like it might be in your question. Maybe we should start looking at specifically thinking about not just having AI professionals, but really having bias fighting professionals who are informed in the technology and the ethics, who make it a priority to not develop a new model, not shop or sell a model, but their whole world is finding and mitigating any bias they possibly can. I think that'd be a great idea.
It's interesting because in the world of finance, there's a compliance, and this, that is supposed to be segregated from the P&L side of the house. And, I think what you're referring to is potentially something analogous.
Yeah, sure. I mean, just last real quick, legally speaking, that's anything called a critical decision. Anything that affects your life or livelihood is defined as a critical position in the eyes of the law. Anytime a critical decision is on the floor, then certainly I agree 100%.
Okay. Tom, and then Igor.
Okay. Something that I have long thought about and recommended is that we look to a special gifted segment of our population to aid in the minimization of bias. And that are those on the spectrum. They have no bias. And they are gifted, and we are overlooking an incredible segment of our population that could add so much value, not only in terms of AI programming, but also in cybersecurity.
And Igor, you wanted to make a point?
As somebody who may or may not be on the spectrum, I will admit to certain biases. I'm not a racist, I'm not a sexist, but I am a stupidist. Look, the role of AI ethicists, of course, we're going to demand that in the public sector, and the citizenry need this, and will demand it. How peculiar is it, though, that these individuals did show up in big tech, but they've all since been gutted and released from service because they were actually asking many of the critical questions that Tony and Tom would bring up as well. So that's peculiar to me, in some ways, because we're finally at a point where these things are going to start affecting, critical infrastructure. Think about AI being leveraged to solve the four horsemen of the apocalypse. We have literal wars that are out there. We have a pandemic that can rear its ugly head through mutation at any point in time. You have economic distress, and you have climate change here represented. This is when you need these people the most.
Okay. Let's start thinking about audience questions. We've got a great panel up here. So if anybody has any questions prepared, I'll start taking them. But if not, please think, and I can just go to.
Yeah. I just want to add one last thing to that. So it's one of the things, since we're already talking about AI and we've hit our panel bingo card already. We thought about workforce, right? Because Tony talked about it, and really I think responsible AI and AI in general means that your team gets bigger, not smaller. It will continue to get bigger. And, when we talk about workforce challenges in terms of, we need technologists or engineers or scientists, we're going to need lawyers and ethicists. And those are not things that we may be built to get, right? So I think the workforce part of this, we have to really look at because it's already a critical need. It will become more of a critical need as we move into the future.
Question over here.
Michael Pittman, Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement. I'm just wondering what your perspective might be on acceptable solution and using AI to drive you to a place where you can make a good decision based on maybe less than a totally perfect solution or something approaching a perfect solution, but just an acceptable solution that enhances efficiency in operations.
I think this is responsive. I would suggest I as a rule have always run my teams and my programs very flat. I like people to be free to come with their thoughts and with their inputs, and I try to take all those thoughts and inputs equally and try to weigh them as objectively as possible. I think AI being another person at the table, great plan. Maybe even having a couple different AIs working adversarially at the same table, probably a fine plan. But if you're suggesting that AI is your consigliere, the only person at the table with you, sitting and feeding things into your ear, then I think maybe we have challenge, unless you have an real extreme amount of faith in your own ability to understand and to vet these things. So I definitely don't think AI should be removed from the conversation. But if your question pushes of can we just take an AI's input wholesale, certainly not. And even can we take AI as a singular advisor? Probably not, unless that's just a really exceptional AI.
And just to follow on that, and maybe sticking with whoever wants to, or sticking with you or whoever wants to take it, Dick Cheney famously outlined like categories of knowledge in a speech where he said there's things we know that we do not know, and then there are the unknown unknowns. He was ridiculed at the time, but actually some of, at least in Taken by Itself, it kind of made a lot of sense. And where in terms of decision making, the unknown unknowns are sometimes your biggest problem. And can AI help with that, or can it only know what it knows?
Yeah, so it might have been, was it Cheney or Rumsfeld? Or both of them?
Maybe it was Rumsfeld.
Yeah.
I thought it was. It was one of those.
Because we
I think you're right.
We code name an AI model installed for that purpose. So in information theory, you can't have an AI, managing itself. That's why police departments require internal affairs. So we created a separate AI that watches the AI, similar exactly actually to what Tony proposed in terms of it being adversarial. But our stuff's already deployed in nuclear reactor sets, right? So this stuff can go to the highest and best use, to the things that you would consider critical infrastructure if you do it right. Meaning, what does get whispered in your ear is what? Things you've already authored, things you already trust. It's already sitting in your SharePoint. It's already sitting in your Confluence. These are already, all you're trying to do is, again, trying to elevate these things. Because remember, humans don't trust technology. They trust other humans. So if you have an AI that can show you source and method attribution to the answer that it's giving you, then you're more likely to be able to follow its guidance as well.
I want to add a little bit there, right? So I mentioned I was an ethicist. That means I did philosophy, which is poo-pooed often in the US, but I assure you it's a valuable pursuit. In philosophy, one of our departments is epistemology. Epistemology, there's a distinction between having knowledge and having a current knowledge, right? I know something versus the things that are actually like I can call them to mind or I think about them presently. The unknown unknowns are neither of those, right? So a current knowledge is all the stuff that I can call to mind. And then an AI can probably, to his point, remind me of things that I've forgotten. But I don't think AI can go find things that no one knows or no one has known, because AI is essentially a derivative construction engine that builds off things that have been put into it. And definitionally, if something has been put into it, that means at some point it was known. So good for AI to remind me of things that I've forgotten, or good for AI to inform me of things that I might not have known, but these gentlemen know, sure. But asking AI to actually go find the truly unknown unknowns is almost a definitional level contradiction. Like it can't happen, or at least not as AI as we know it today. Could it possibly happen?
So you prefer the human consigliere whispering in your ear over the AI?
Yeah, I mean, again, an AI could be a member of that table, but yeah, I like a flat group of wise, organized. No one brain does things right every time. Period. Having more brains generally, unless those are very carefully and wrongly selected brains, will just help you make better decision. Some of those brains are artificial, so be it. But at the end of the day, if you want something new, truly new, although there's some neuroscience that suggests that humans also just are rehashing stuff we've learned before. But let's pretend that humans can create. Then if you want something that's actually creative, you're going to have to find natural intelligence to do that.
Any more? Another question out there?
More questions? We've got a few. It's kind of obstructed views in certain places. I might not be able to see it. No questions? I get it. It's an intimidating panel up here.
I know I didn't have epistemology and consigliere on my AI bingo card today, but someone out there is winning big. So let me then just try to. We've got about 5 minutes left, and I think we have a question to kind of wrap up and summarize what we've been talking about. Just in terms of the public trust, how significant is responsible AI in shaping the perception and acceptance of AI systems, not just in the general public, but even inside any organization, I guess a public sector organization in particular, what do people way down the chain in your organizations need to know about the reliability and efficacy of AI in order to trust it to do their jobs?
First, go with this. I think, for internally, right, within an organization, right, I think things like purpose. What's the purpose? Why are we doing this? What's the outcomes? How does it fit into the culture, or what cultural changes do we have to make this work, or how will it fit? The actions that come from there, and then the assessments, right? So it's a cycle of kind of evaluation. But that purpose has to be there before you start building anything. If you don't know what the outcomes are, you're going to get interesting stuff that you may not find interesting. Is not a word you might use at the end of that process, right? So, but the other side of the public trust is really the understanding of what data comes out of a model. Is it definitive, right? So within NOAA, even other agencies within commerce like Census, right? You don't want to base a decision on data that didn't come from NOAA or didn't come from Census or didn't come from whatever, right? You want to make sure that data is real, it's definitive, it's the things that you should be looking at. So I think building public trust means that we can point people to the right places that they can trust, start building a trust with that data because they know where it came from. But I think there's two sides to that, both internal and external.
You were that question or closing thoughts in general? Just moving
Yeah,
on.
look, a lot of people are afraid for their jobs and they shouldn't be. Because humans are practically quantum computers, but we can remove some of the drudgery. And don't forget, we have to compete. We have great power competition. So every one of us that work in public sector have to operate as if we're 10 people before the end of the decade, right? If you're in a $1 trillion company, you want to become a $10 trillion company. If you want if you're a $100 billion company, you want to become a $1 trillion company. We're not going to snap our fingers and grow 10x more humans. It's impractical. We're not going to go from 8 billion to 80 billion people in order to drive that same level of productivity. That's why we're all sitting here at relatively low levels of unemployment, even though we have more advancements in technology. So that's, one of the things that I have to soothe a lot of times is you're going to be okay. You're just going to be expected to do a lot more units of work in that same amount of time. But here's these little buddies that are showing up that are going to be helping you do that.
In public sector biomedical research, AI can assist on administrative tasks. The mission, though, is to the public. So that's where all information should be based upon empirical data that already exists within the hundreds of petabytes of data housed by research institutions, to make it easier for the public to ask questions that they have and have those responses based upon evidence that has already been published and available on a global basis. So that's how I see it fitting, but nothing beyond that at this point. And that's also where we may use generative AI, but only on repositories that are owned by our institutions.
And Tony, I'm going to give you the last word.
Hey, cool. Closing statements. So what information is necessary to give to an individual at the lowest level varies depending on that person's prior knowledge, that person's current work role, the environment in which that person works. There is no one size fits all. And invariably, no matter what information you push out, if that individual doesn't have the tools and the abilities to understand it, then you are talking to a wall. That's why I think the true real answer to the question is not to figure out what specific information to give or how to package it. It is instead to empower the workforce and educate them to meet them where they are and get them where they need to go, which I understand is very difficult. Personalizing education in that way has been a long-term challenge. The government has a program trying to solve this. It's called Aspire. I run it. It's a multi-agency effort. I think it's going to do good. And the reason why I've made it my priority is because I truly believe that. I think that we need to get every individual at least to a reasonable level of AI knowledge so that whatever information we try to push out to them successfully or otherwise, personalized or otherwise, they have a chance to understand. And then once we know that we have a receptive and informed audience listening to the information that we push out and down, then we can think about how to customize it. But again, it will have to be customized. There is no standard answer. There is no everybody at this pay level needs, or everybody at this agency needs, or everybody in this office needs, right? The POs are going to need something a little bit different than the PMs. They're going to need something different than the cores. They're going to need something different than the researchers. Going to need something different than the doctors. They need something different than the leaders. Going to need something different than the senior leaders. And all of those things have to be customized. And again, most importantly, have to make it to an audience that's going to know what they're hearing and be able to understand what they're being told. And that starts with workforce education and development. And I think that's our critical step next.
All right, great. Well, we're out of time. We're going to have to leave it there. I'd like to please join me in thanking our panelists, Tony, Tom, Igor, and Frank. Thank you very much for the informative discussion. And I'm going to call moderators.
Thank you,
I'm
Adam.
gonna
That was
hand it over to you.
fantastic. We are on to our next panel, our final panel of the day. Can we advance the slide? Hang on. I think everybody's getting tired. Last panel of the day, we're going to have Jennifer. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have Madison Alder, reporter at FedScoop, moderate this panel. All right.
Hello, hello. Congratulations on making it to the last panel of the day. We have one keynote after this, but I'm really excited for this panel discussion because it's diving into a topic that is such a changing environment right now. But it's going to be very important for how the federal government handles responsible AI going forward, and that is AI ethics and AI talent. So we're really starting off, I think, where the last panel left off seamlessly. Joining me up here today, we have Jennifer Diamantis, who's a special counsel to the Chief AI Officer in the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission's Office of Information Technology, Strategy, and Innovation. We have Tony Holmes, who is the Director, Pluralsight's Director of Public Sector Pre-Sales Solution Consulting for North America. And then we have Howard Spira, who is the Chief Information Officer at the Export-Import Bank of the United States. Thank you guys for joining me. To start off, I'd like to get a sense of what your AI workforces look like right now. Obviously, AI workforce has been a really important piece of the president's AI executive order. Obviously, a changing environment as federal agencies build out these AI workforces, but just to build a foundation for this conversation, would love to get a sense for what your AI workforces look like right now. And I guess for Tony's perspective, also what agencies are asking for input when it comes to the AI workforce. So Jennifer, do you want to start?
Sure. And just before I begin, to give the usual disclaimer required by my agency that I'm participating in this panel today in my capacity as special counsel, but the views and information I provide don't necessarily reflect those of the commission, commissioners, or other members of our staff. So with that out of the way, in terms of what our AI workforce looks like, it's really a combination of diverse types of professionals. Obviously, we have technologists. We have been taking advantage of some of the new hiring authorities that have been afforded to us by OPM, the direct hiring authorities. We've been participating with in providing feedback to OPM, OMB, the Office of Science and Technology Policy, getting feedback on those things that could help us more quickly build up an AI workforce, and they've been really responsive. In addition to the technologists, those with backgrounds in AI models, AI development, we have other technologists. We have groups, obviously converse with data. We work with our, existing staff, whether it's cybersecurity, privacy, others, and then also incorporating non-technical skills and viewpoints into our team. So a great example actually is myself. I'm an attorney by training, but I'm not in our Office of General Counsel or another thing. I'm actually embedded in the team, our AI program team with our technologists. So I am actually working, alongside with our developers and others, and able to sort of bring that compliance perspective, risk management perspective, ethical perspective to the team as we're engaging in these activities, which I think has been really, really great. A really great experience, both in terms of educating others and for myself learning as well.
All right, Tony, what about you? What are agencies asking you for insight on when it comes to their AI workforces right now?
Yeah, so obviously we spend a lot of time talking about helping departments and agencies cross-skill and upskill their workforces to encompass AI. And we've always been at the forefront of helping organizations work with more specialized AI and developing AI solutions. But the shift that we're seeing right now, and I think we've been hearing about it a lot today, is we're hearing a lot about how the generative AI is going to impact agencies now. And obviously this is kind of coming in from the bottom and of organizations, because everybody's going to be affected by this. It's a very significant issue that agencies are trying to get their head around. And that's basically where we're putting a lot of effort right now. So obviously for our part, we're creating learning that helps this kind of grassroots method to help everybody, if you like, from leaders right down the line, to help people understand how these technologies can be incorporated, how they can help improve getting value for taxpayers' dollars and increase efficiency across agencies. So I think that's where we're focused on a lot of things. I mean, obviously we're developing a lot of knowledge, a lot of learning, and a lot of tool sets like generative AI sandboxes where people can actually start testing and playing with these things in a safe environment. So that's kind of where we're working, and that's where we're meeting the federal government at the moment.
All right. And Howard, what does your AI workforce look like right now at Exim?
I would start by actually saying everybody is a member of our AI workforce. XM, by its mission, really deals with a lot of professionals who are expected to be learning machines. In fact, actually, we expect every staff member to be a learning machine. And that learning activity is not something that's constrained by being inside work hours or within our four walls. So I think a perspective that we're looking at very carefully is how do we collaborate with staff? How do we collaborate with every one of our staff to understand technology that's available, as part of anybody's personal computing environment today, of how to interact with that technology in a way that is responsible, brings value, avoids the hazards that are outlined in various ethical frameworks that we're expected to apply in information technology, not only professionally, but we would hope that people would be interested in thinking about that in their personal use as well.
So going forward, how will these ethical considerations for this AI workforce, whether or not it's in an AI role or a role that is just dealing with AI at the moment, impact how these projects involving AI or AI development goes forward? What does that look like for your organizations? Jennifer, if you want to start.
Sure. So I think first, when we say ethics, I think we're talking about principles. A lot of them have already been discussed today. We've heard a lot about bias, safety, transparency, privacy, accountability, fairness, those sorts of things. And those are principles that, first of all, are outlined in the most recent executive order. They're really baked in. I think as others have discussed today, they really sort of drive the responsible AI practices that need to be incorporated throughout the life cycle. But the ethical principles also help us fill in the gaps, because when it comes to AI, like any rapidly evolving, emerging new technology, the law, the regulations, the guidance just can't keep up, right, with the rapidly evolving nature. There are always going to be gaps. And so as we move forward, we will find ourselves returning to these principles to make decisions or to make choices and determining how to proceed, because there won't be an answer for everything. And I think what we're seeing is even now, how do we translate these ethical principles into something concrete in the development life cycle? So, for example, bias or accuracy. At some point, there are going to need to be benchmarks for a project, for a product, in terms of what will those meet. Those are going to have to be defined, tested, measured against. And that's, a choice. There is no one answer. There probably never will be. What is that measure? What is that number? And that's something where we can look to these ethical principles. And the answer will probably be different, I think, as others have noted, depending on the use case, depending on the product. And again, this is very different, where use case becomes very important in a way that hasn't traditionally been the case with software development. I mean, you might know the use case generally in terms of what you need to know to build your requirements, to deliver on them. But here with AI, the use case is actually driving, what those ethical considerations are and what some of those mitigating things need to be. So I do think when you talk about, the synergies, it's, how do these ethical principles kind of allow us to identify those things. But then also we need the skills, we need the skill set to solve those problems. So again, we're not just building a technical solution. We also now in a project have to build solutions, create solutions, and implement solutions to some of these risks and ethical aspects that come up in these projects. So again, it's kind of a project within a project. So again, I think the talent that you need to do that is more expansive and involves different, not just pure technological skills, but other skills, understanding privacy, being able to identify the problem, but also to identify the solution. How do you address a privacy issue? Can you mask data? Can you, what can you do? And so I think, that is just some of the ways that the ethics and the talent, come together and how they sort of manifest themselves in these, new life cycle development processes.
Howard, I want to jump to you and get Exum's perspective on this and how you're approaching how AI ethics will impact these projects, this development going forward.
Yeah, well, the first observation I want to make is that a number of the, not just a number, but all of the principles that have been articulated with regard to safe AI predated the discussion of AI and were principles that applied in our, if you will, more manual processes and worlds where human intelligence maybe was more at the center of that decision making. So the principles aren't actually new, and as I think Jennifer pointed out, as we look at and previous speakers have pointed out, as we look at these advanced things that we can do now with technology, a rearticulation and a transparency that these principles need to apply as we implement the technology. So I think from my perspective, there needs to be a continued focus on making sure that people actually do understand the principles that are involved, because as Jennifer pointed out, you are not going to be able to handle this, I think, on a rules-based perspective. You have to be able to take principles and you need to be able to apply them to novel situations and work out the situation as it's coming at you.
And Tony, from your perspective, I mean, what are your federal agency partners asking you about when it comes to AI ethics and impact on development going forward? And what are you telling them?
Well, I think there's a couple of points that have been touched on here that are really important. Context is everything. Okay, so if we take a step back and say, who are we trying to do this for? We're trying to do it for the taxpayer. So that's basically everybody. Okay, so are you going to be able to create a set of rules for everybody in all circumstances? No, probably not. So back to Jennifer's point, and how do you address that? And I think that's the problem that everybody's trying to work with him right now is how do you make sure that the information you're working with is ethical to each specific context. And I think that's probably one of the biggest struggles. But I think the other thing that a lot of the agencies are struggling with, we're very focused at the moment on AI solutions and AI projects and things like that. But again, I'm seeing a lot of the agency focus on how generative AI is going to come in and change essentially the way we work. I was listening to Dr. Tibbetts earlier when he was talking about this, and I found it very interesting because one of the things I talk about a lot is this is like the day that the word processor came to the desktop. It's going to affect everybody, and it's going to affect everybody on a broad basis. And that's again, to me, that's what agencies are struggling with the most. We know it's coming, and perfect is the enemy of good, or perfect is the enemy of done, whichever one you prefer. So how do we continue to achieve velocity of deploying the technology whilst keeping the guardrails there. So in terms of what agencies are trying to deal with, most of all, that's probably the biggest thing right now, because everybody's aware of GPT, everybody's aware of Claude and all of the other engines that are out there. And, you know, how can we harness it again to give us the best value without putting things at risk? And I think, yeah, going back to the keynote this morning, I think one of the things that the federal government, and this is I've spoken to a couple of people today that said the same thing. One of the things that the federal government struggles with is they want to create a set of rules and wrap it around everything, when in actual fact there are some things that don't really need, you know, this heavy lifting tool that creates these enormous ring fences around the problem to address them. And then there are things that do need that. And I think the difficulty is finding that nuance and finding where things fit properly, so we can keep the velocity of the technology where we need it and actually pull back on the areas that, you know, maybe much more security, much more diligence is required. So those are the kind of things that I'm seeing that agencies are struggling with at the moment.
I want to dive more into that, particularly with generative AI and kind of the whole federal workforce ending up having some interaction with AI and kind of being the AI workforce. We've seen a lot of federal agencies that have created their own policies for generative AI tools, third-party use, and those go from, you know, banning these tools and use of these tools to creating sandboxes, like you mentioned, Tony, to, you know, setting up parameters of don't input PII, you know, use responsible practices. Jennifer and Howard, I'd love to get your perspectives on where your agencies are with this and how you're addressing generative AI tool use for your employees and contractors.
Sure. So our approach has been a combination of a policy. I think, as everyone says, there are a lot of unknowns, a lot of risks that come with generative AI, especially third-party things. So those things are not being jumped into. However, like most agencies, there is a lot of exploration, learning, you know, safe, you know, testing, making sure though all the guardrails are followed. You know, again, only, you know, public data may be used in, you know, sandbox environments, that sort of approach. But at the same time, I think that as we're doing the exploration and the learning on the technical side, it's also giving us an opportunity to do that same exploration and learning around processes, policies, risk management, compliance approaches, you know, helpful structures that we might need to develop to make sure that, you know, if and when the time comes to move forward with these technologies, that we're also prepared to manage the risks, to assess the risks, and have all those mechanisms in place to ensure that we are following the ethical principles, to ensure that we are, you know, practicing trustworthy or responsible AI. So I would, you know, encourage everyone to use this time to not just focus on, you know, the technology itself, but also what do you need in terms of governance? What do you need in terms of updating your lifecycle process? What do you need in terms of upskilling, training for staff? And what are the conversations that need to happen now so that all of us are prepared in the future when these technologies are more mature, when people do develop the levels of comfort around them so that they can be used in practice. So, you know, for example, you know, thinking about what needs to happen, who needs to be in the room, are there new roles and responsibilities, you know, that we need to define? Do you need to update, you know, your life cycle? The AI challenges and considerations occur repeatedly. You don't just look at them once. You know, you don't just think about bias or testing once. It's really throughout. Same thing with your data. So what needs to evolve or change? And so those are things that, you know, we're also thinking about and doing, as well as thinking about how we do safe and responsible research or experimentation or prototype.
Howard, what about at Exum?
Currently, we do not block AI any more than we block general internet access. We have, I would say our approach has several parts. There's a general education part that talks about sort of key principles that are important for every staff member to know, and those have to do with some of the things that you mentioned of no privacy information or CUI that's been entrusted to us should be input into Chat GPT or a public LLM. But frankly, that is just an evolution of policies that we've had with respect to just even search queries on the general internet, which they learn from those search queries. Another thing, though, that we've talked about is accountability, and that staff is accountable for their work, and they're accountable for their decisions, and they're accountable for their conclusions. Obviously, context, as we mentioned, is everything. So the nature of our mission, the kinds of decisions that we make, we think we're in a relatively low risk environment with regard to AI. And most of the work that we're doing with AI is really with embedded AI. In other words, as it's sort of feature accretion within the office automation environment, within our cyber tool environment, within our infrastructure sort of monitoring environment. And we're also actually encouraging our staff to play with this. I think there are two other pieces. There are working groups that we have that are combinations of our chief compliance officer and not only the CIO but the agency AI official. Our compliance also has a very heavy focus on ethics as well as folks in general counsel area. And then I think that the last piece where we're focusing on is within our CPIC process, our continuous sort of strategy process. And so it was very interesting this year as we walked through our IT portfolio of having the portfolio owners identify potential use cases that they were interested in exploring, as well as we asked them to identify embedded use cases where they see the feature accretion in the tools that they're already using and how they think that would impact them. And so I think that provided good fodder for the folks who, as we oversee the strategic planning and sort of the role through strategic planning through investment selection and implementation about the emergent issues that we need to be looking at.
And Tony, I'd like to go to you to just talk about during this time of experimentation, while agencies are allowing their workers to use these tools and get familiar with them, and what should they be keeping in mind moving forward as they kind of craft how they're going to approach it in their policies?
Yeah, excuse me. I think that there's a real opportunity here in terms of broad-based training and learning from the perspective of, we definitely want people to get hands-on. We definitely want people to try. But going back to, one of the things that I heard in the last panel was the unknown unknowns, which obviously comes from the 4 stages of competence model. And you have this concept where you have, in the first stage, you have someone that knows about something, but they have no idea what knowledge they're missing. And I think with broad-based training, a very minimal level across an entire agency. So if you made something available like that, you would be in a position where, where ultimately you would be able to bridge that gap. So you get rid of the unknown unknowns. So all of a sudden you've got people working with generative AI in your organizations. Now they know what they're not aware of. Now they know where they need to be careful, where they need to step carefully when they're exercising, this kind of play, this learning with generative AI. So I think that's a really important thing. And it's something that's relatively simple to understand. Like I said, going back to the mental model of, going back to the analogy of being like when PCs first came to the desktop, everybody needed to learn about Word. Everybody needs to learn about the Office suite. And I think this is an evolution of that. This is kind of the next thing that everybody needs to understand. I think excuse me, been talking all day. I think taking that further to the next step, we talked about making sure that we can develop programs to meet people where they are, which is something that I know that we've had a lot of focus on, because that's something that a lot of agencies struggle with. What do my people know? What do they don't know? And rather than kind of taking them across a broad set of training, we have the ability now to kind of meet them where they are and take them to the next level of their knowledge set, if you like. So from that perspective, I think that's probably the best way to deal with it. I think, again, it's going to impact everybody, and I think everybody needs to have a stake in understanding what it is that they're going to be dealing with every day. And I think that will also allay a lot of people's fears. I know when I talk to people at my organization, when I talk to people at agencies, there are a lot of people that just haven't touched it because they're like, we're not sure about it and we're a little bit scared of it. And ultimately, it's not scary, and we need to give people that exposure to help them understand it's not scary, and it can actually be your friend. It can be very productive, and it can help you in many ways. That was something that came up on one of the other panels earlier. Just make sure that people are aware that it's a tool. It's not going to become self-aware just yet. So I think we're all okay from that perspective. Just get hands on with it and start to get a feel for it, but within guardrails. And the way that you do that is you give people contextual awareness around what it is they're working with.
That segues perfectly. I wanted to ask you both about education and skills for your workforces and what you're doing right now to educate, if it's too early for that, or what skills you're going to be looking for AI workers going forward that will help foster a culture of an ethical AI workforce. Jennifer, if you want to start.
Sure. We're taking a lot of different approaches to training in education. So we have training platforms that have courses. We've curated different learning channels for folks around AI and other IT topics. We have an AI community of practice and a user group that meets regularly in our agency. That again includes a very diverse set of professionals. We've had outside speakers come in. We've done brown bags where folks have talked about a particular problem or challenge or shared knowledge with each other. The trainings that we've offered, again, they've not just been about, technology or focused on technical skills, but we recently had one that focused on, responsible AI, for example, and, what does accountability mean in practice? What does that look like? Or how do you actually, implement this? And what are some, concrete techniques? So, I think including those topics, about, having an open conversation about, equity, fairness, bias, having those hard conversations are important. And it's important, again, to include the voices of, not just technology, but the business leaders, folks that might have perspective on reputational risks, as well. And then also to kind of understand and be candid about the limits right now of all of our knowledge and skills, and think about, where do we need to acquire more? Where do we need to talk more? And perhaps, rethink and expand what it means. What does a product team look like? Who do you need to have on it? Have some of these conversations and dialogues, which is different than just a training, but, really work through in the context of a specific project, a specific product, really assessing and going through some of these issues and having everyone listen to each other's perspectives. I think that's a great way to learn.
Howard, what about at Exum?
I think with respect to this topic, there are two foundational efforts that are actually outside of IT that are important. One is we do have an ethics pledge at XM that's run by our Chief Compliance and Ethics Officer, which I think really speaks to those timeless principles that should infuse how we work, whether we're working technically, working personally, and is not only a comprehensive discussion, but there's to me, one of the best read sort of, I'll call it monthly discussions of ethics that they publish. And I actually have co-published this year two pieces with them talking about the intersection of ethics and IT, not with a particular focus on AI, but with IT and ethics. Second, another set of principles that's very aligned actually with the with ethics in AI comes from our EEO group, and this in particular focuses on those issues of fairness and bias that can also be extended. I think well beyond sort of the EEO context. I mentioned these because, again, if you come back and you look at the mission of XM and sort of government decision making and sort of benefits, awarding government benefits, there are really sort of three key places. It's in our employment decisions, it's in our procurement decisions, and it's in our credit decisions. And you know what I mean? So contextually, I think we understand that. And of course, for those of you who don't know the XM Bank, we're not a retail bank. So our counterparties are the folks that we do business with are corporates working on corporate transactions. So we're not operating at kind of the speed and scale that you would see where you automate credit decisions. You just don't do that on large, complex transactions. So I would say foundationally between our ethics team and our EEO team, I think we have a very solid foundation. And then we don't have specific programs sort of within the IT space, just because, like I said, context-wise, it's mostly we're interacting with our vendors to watch this accretion, and a lot of self-study and just sort of smaller working groups looking at areas of interest that have been elucidated through our planning process.
Tony, I want to go to you next and ask about the hurdles and challenges that you've seen agency partners have when it comes to implementing AI, AI talent and AI ethics right now, and if there's any change in that you foresee as AI goes forward.
Yeah, I think the problem that we've just been discussing has a solution that isn't just a solution for in the context of AI and learning about AI. It's in the context of pretty much learning everything, and that is to develop and foster a culture of learning. And what does a culture of learning mean? Well, it means top-down promotion of encouraging people to learn. And I picked up when you mentioned your first comment, and you said everyone's a learner in our organization. And I think that's something that needs to be, and it's something that needs to be fostered. It's something that needs to be recognized. So if you're dealing with AI technologists, if you want them to have a broad understanding of ethics, get them to sit in the office of ethics for a week and have them watch and understand and live a day in the life of an ethicist. If you want to have the ethicists understand the challenge that the technologists are going through, again, have that rotational assignment, get them to spend a couple of weeks with the technologists. These are the problems we have to deal with. I think, going back to my previous comment, context is everything, and how can you expect people from such disparate disciplines to work well together if neither one of them has an appreciation of the challenges that the other faces? So I think that's the first thing. So, and the federal government's in a particularly fortunate space in terms of being able to do these rotational assignments. If it's for the good of an agency, then why not have someone move around a little bit within the organization and just learn to focus on different aspects of the role. I think one of the things that's happened over the recent years as technology accelerates is we've become very, very good at recruiting specialists at the expense of generalists. And I think from that perspective, the great thing about a generalist, and if you think about the way that artificial intelligence is affecting us at the moment, it's become a great convergence technology. So it's artificial intelligence from the perspective of this concept or that technology or this context. And I think this is going to be a world where people with more of a generalist outlook are going to be very successful, simply because you can take two broad skills and that abstract thinking and that abstract knowledge and the abstract problem solving and innovation that comes with it and bring them together in a completely unique way using these tools and technologies. And you're much more able to do that if you can implement a culture of learning and make learning a priority within the organization. It's not just something you do, after you finish work, go home, learn, you go and get your certification and we expect you to do that. It's we're going to carve out time for you to become a smarter person during your workday because it's important to us as an agency and an organization. And we're going to give you the space and the time and the resources with which to do that. And when you do that for people, so many times when we recruit people into our organizations, we spend time talking about, we're interviewing them, what can you do for us? But rarely do we talk about what can we do for you. But if you actually genuinely take an interest in, hey, if you come and work with our agency, we're going to work on making you smarter, we're going to give you new skills. And it's something we always used to do. And I think we've lost our way with that as well. So again, culture of learning and creating that environment where people are excited and interested to learn and wanting to broaden their skills. And I think, again, not just AI, but if we apply that across agencies, it can have manifold benefits. So, yeah.
And then, Jennifer, I'll start with you with a similar question. Hurdles or challenges that you're seeing with implementation of AI and AI ethics for the workforce.
Sure. So this is, everyone is obviously really excited about AI, the potential, wants to innovate. And sometimes people want to, just dive in, jump in. But on the other hand, sometimes we do need to, take a little time. As Tony said, whether it's time to learn or, time to understand, time to, as others have said, sort of figure out how we're going to, do this in a trustworthy, responsible way. And sometimes there can be a little bit of attention to that, wanting to innovate and go full steam ahead. But at the same time, there are times when we should slow down. And I think striking that balance is very important and can be challenging as well. So I think that's one thing that we should all be aware of, and having leaders that are champions, whether they're ethics champions or responsible AI champions, to help navigate those issues and speak up and make sure that there is that balance between responsible AI and innovation.
Howard, what are you seeing as your biggest hurdles right now with AI and AI ethics as things move forward?
Yeah, I think it's a variation of what Jennifer was talking about. It's the tension, I almost bring it back to like FedRAMP of, we want to get to the cloud, and the government simultaneously suggested that security needed to be kind of baked in, and we had needed to ensure that if we were going to entrust government information to providers, that they had to have strong programs. So I think, I think it's described as the agency problem, which is understanding that vendors are there, notwithstanding sometimes discussions of partnerships and whatnot. They're there to maximize, the return to their shareholders, and they may not be sitting on risk the same way that the entity that's procuring may be. So I think for us, it's managing that tension between it's important to keep up, it's important to innovate, and at the same time, the ultimate accountability is with us, and how do you responsibly kind of manage that tension. But I think to a certain extent, we've seen this in variations before. Like I said, I mentioned FedRAMP and various cybersecurity initiatives. And I view this as very similar, I think, in that context as well.
Well, we have a few minutes for questions, so I will open it up if anyone has something that they want to ask this panel.
Any questions? We've been going at it pretty hard. I don't know. We wore them out, I think.
No, don't be shy. All right. Well, I have another question to wrap it up. If nobody has anything else they want to ask, I would love to get your opinions on kind of how you're thinking about AI long term, and AI ethics long term as AI evolves, and making sure that the workforce is evolving as the technology is changing, because as we've seen over the last couple of years, it is rapidly changing. So how are you making sure that you have an infrastructure, you have a system set up that is built to withstand those kinds of changes, to educate your workforce? Jennifer, do you want to start?
Yeah, I think I'll just sort of refer to what I said before in terms of, it's in terms of making sure your workforce grows, evolves, and educated. We have multiple approaches, multiple things that we're doing in terms of training and education. And I do think, having that balance between, the sort of formal training where someone's sort of passively receiving information, but also having opportunities for people to really engage with others and conversations and dialogues around, real use cases, and work together to, really proactively do these impact assessments, going through these principles, and other responsible, AI principles, and really thinking through with the use case, what those issues, risks, impacts may be, but also being proactive and having a problem-solving mindset, and thinking about how do we mitigate those? How do we manage those? I do a lot of risk management, and I often find that there's a lot of focus on the risk part, but not as much focus sometimes on the management or the mitigation part. And so I think it's, really good to involve everyone and work collaboratively and together, to not just, identify some of these risks or ethical pitfalls, but to work together to come up with solutions. And I do think at the end of the day, a lot of them are manageable, and we can do it and continue to innovate.
All right, Tony, how are you approaching advising people on evolving their workforce with the evolution of AI?
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. So obviously, federal government isn't generally known for its extraordinarily high salaries. So what we're continually doing is we're continually fighting with the private sector. Okay. And what I would say, and what we're telling our clients is, you have a lot of talent in-house already, you just don't know it yet. And you need to start uncovering that talent, because as I'm sure anybody in here that's tried to hire for an AI anything and has that in the job title, you can 2x the salary right off the bat, because there are private companies out there that are willing to pay huge amounts of money for AI talent right now. So as we advised with cloud talent, you have talent within your house. You've got people in your organization that would like nothing more than to be involved in AI. If only they had the chance, if only you could uncover that. So I think that's the first thing. I think continually to hire externally using budget isn't sustainable. So you're going to have to start developing in-house cross-skilling, upskilling. Are there projects going offline where maybe those people could maybe there's some talent within there that we could reuse within our AI projects. So I think that's the first thing. And I think the second thing is as I said before, a person's background. When we hire a person, we don't just hire someone with AI talent, we hire the whole person. So we hire all the contexts that come with them and all the different knowledge. And a lot of the time we don't spend time enough thinking about the context that they bring with them, so and it was made, I think, in the last panel, people joke about people with philosophy degrees. Okay. But right now during AI, I can't think of a better use case for a philosophy degree. So, from that perspective, I think we need to focus on the whole person rather than just what skills you have in this particular context. And maybe we can, again, use the culture of learning that we're all going to build, right, into our organizations and our agencies to actually start to develop that talent within our agency. That's probably the biggest thing that we're seeing. Every time I speak to an agency, they're like, we're trying to hire AI people for this and AI people for that, but they're not within our pay reach, or, we're waiting for new pay schedules to be produced so we can actually start fitting people into these boxes, kind of thing. So, and I think it's something we've got a huge workforce in the federal government. I think it's a huge miss if we don't spend more time developing that internal ability.
Gotta work on the fly. I know that OPM has recently put out some guidance for incentives to attract more AI talent. So maybe that will help agencies figure out how to hire the best of the best and compete with the public sector or private sector, excuse me. Howard, I would love to throw the same question to you to wrap this up. How are you managing AI workforce ethics long term? How are you looking at this going forward?
I would say for us, it's very emergent. As I mentioned, from a mission perspective, most of the places that we're seeing AI and where people are excited about it are not really proprietary, but as augmentation to existing capabilities and turning capabilities that today are certainly easier than they were 10 years ago. But I think what we're going to see in terms of natural, intuitive, and ease of use of tools is going to really accelerate and move in the next several years. So I think we're going to continue to monitor those use cases and see if there's stuff outside of that augmentation, and as those develop, we'll be rapidly modifying or rethinking our approach.
All right, thank you so much for joining me. This has been really interesting and informative, and that wraps this panel up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. And great panel. I like what you said, Tony, about you almost need to hire Renaissance people. They need to know philosophy. They need to learn a little cyber, and they need to learn about AI. So we're going to have our final, no pressure on Sarah, but the final keynote presentation, Sarah Nur, she's the Associate Chief Information Officer, Chief Information Security Officer in the Chief Information Security Office of U.S. Treasury. So welcome, Sarah.
Oh, I could go there. Or
hopefully it works. Okay.
Hello. Thank you for adding that pressure, being the last one here. I typically don't like going last because I know everyone is rushing out to go hit traffic before it gets too bad. But anyhow, it's great to be here. So I see that, it's starting to get a little thin, but hopefully we can continue leveraging the fabulous topic that we've been discussing today. So the last time I was here, I think we were also talking about AI, if I recall, except that time I was with some other colleagues. So one thing I want to start with is to say that, AI is, yes, today's buzzword. Everyone is talking about it. I think just alone within the last month and a half, I think I've attended maybe a handful of conferences or speaking engagements or even had meetings to discuss AI. Okay, so I recognize that it's an important topic. However, it's still relatively new. From a cybersecurity perspective, what I like to call AI is it's a double-edged sword for a CISO. Okay. It's a nightmare on one hand, but it can also be a tool that can be used for good. Maybe some of you guys may have heard very well-known speakers refer to AI as, we need to fight AI with AI. And that's true, right? Because we do have to go at the same pace, but it's still relatively new, at least from a government perspective. We tend to wait until everyone else, plays around with any new tools and implement, and then we come in towards the end when things have evolved and became a little bit more mature. So we're in that phase right now. But the one thing I want to start is, recognizing the role of a CISO. So I don't know how many CISOs are there in here or have had experience with a CISO. I hope a lot. Okay, 2. Wow. All right. Well, for those of you that may not know what a CISO's life day to day can be, it's I would say it's a burnout type of a role, but it's very exciting. Okay, I'm never bored. Each day brings a whole new set of opportunities and also problems. But the one thing that I have noticed, and I've been in cybersecurity and IT well before it was even called, cybersecurity. It just kind of integrated very well with IT. But in terms of the role itself, I have to say that it's evolved, and I think I heard others refer to the risk management aspect of cybersecurity. And honestly speaking, I would have to say that we have evolved from a traditional IT tech where you are just looking at assets, protecting assets, implementing FISMA controls or getting things ATO'd. It's no longer about that, especially now where we have just about every device in your life is connected to the internet. Plus, they do talk to one another. I mean, you have lights, you have your phones, you have your refrigerators, you name it. Just about everything has a smart capability, which is why we are now, I like to say, CISOs are going through a brief identity crisis, because now we're trying to figure out, okay, who are we? We've been part of a traditional IT OCIO construct, but now it seems like we are evolving to be more of risk management executives, right? So it's all about risk management, right? With the number of attack surfaces and devices and things moving to the cloud. I mean, right now we just cannot protect everything the same way. We really can't, right? And this is why I would say risk management plays a key role. The shift in terms of the significance with having to tackle such a new emerging technology as AI. Now, first of all, AI has been around for a long time, right? Machine learning has been around for a long time. It's always been used, I would say, maybe 10 years or maybe even more. However, what's new right now is Gen AI, right? The artificial intelligence that can talk the same way as you, that can interact the same way a human can interact, right? But also it has access to vast amount of data that we have not seen before. I mean, internet is pretty much your playground, right? So you can look up anything and do anything at the speed of light, just about, right? So I think that's what we are now having to put our guardrails and figure out, how do we want to do this, right? Our role as CISOs, I would say, with the new, and I'm sure most of you have heard, about the new mandate that came out from SEC, where they are holding all publicly traded companies accountable for reporting and disclosing any kind of compromise. And it doesn't have to be confirmed, even if it's something of low confirmation, they still want you to report it. So that adds a lot of pressure. Okay, that adds a lot. And then on top of that, let's add the liability aspect, right? CISOs are now being sued. You heard SolarWinds, I'm sure, right? We've never seen that before. I remember when that news came out, I mean, it sent a shock wave through the CISOs community. And luckily, you know, I know the SEC for the CISO at SEC, and I said, hey, can you please come and talk to us about what does this mean? You know, how is this going to impact us? And tell us a little bit more, you know. So he came and talked to us, and, you know, he said, yeah, you know, we really don't know how this is going to look, you know, 10 years, 20 years, maybe federal CISOs will be liable as well. But this is why it's important where you hear CISOs now being put or asked to participate in a boardroom, right? It's because of where we are. And AI, I'm going to tell you, it's going to take us to that level where we can no longer just look at, you know, what is your categorization and let's apply the controls and monitor and that's it. It can't be that way anymore. Now it's a risk management, and we have to be seated at the table, right? Or report to the agency head so that we can free ourselves from that conflict of interest, right? That we have with whether it be, you know, CIOs or whatever it may be. So I think I wanted to just kind of give you that preface with having to tackle AI. So the accelerant right now is, although AI is very exciting, I like to use it as an ally, right? Like I said earlier, you can use AI for good, you can use it for bad. In order to use it for good, it's not just a capability, but I like to say it's a tool, right? It's a tool, just like with any tools, you want to use it responsibly. I'm not a big fan of having, you know, all these new tools be introduced in your environment, you know, and I'm sure, you know, with any techie you come across, they love playing with toys, you know, that's what they do. And they want to play with the latest and greatest. They want to put it in the non-prod environment or the IVV environment and just kind of play. But we cannot do that. You know, I am looking to reduce our attack surface, not expand it. So if I could reduce my attack surface as much as possible, that would be where I would approve to move forward. Now, with AI, the aspect of it having access to the internet, anything that's internet exposed, to me is a priority. That's where you have to place even more emphasis, more focus. When we look at just whatever environment that you're securing, number one, biggest priority when we talk about resources, right? Where finite resources, we are talking about protecting your devices, your data, your assets, whatever it may be, anything that's on the perimeter or accessible to the internet, right? So that's your danger zone right there. And right now, I don't have the tolerance just yet to open that Pandora's box until we start to formulate more of a governance structure and parameters and guardrails to figure out how do we want to protect AI. So some of the risks for AI potentially can be, you know, things, and you've heard adversarial AI. To me, this is really what's, if anything, keeping me up at night in terms of knowing that a threat actor right now, especially with all the geopolitical concerns that we have, what keeps me up is that a threat actor can easily go to any kind of Gen AI and extract a vulnerability, a CVE, whatever it may be, a proof of concept, and say, hey, run this for me, let me know, or run this for me and give me a step-by-step instruction on how to attack a particular platform without being detected. It could do it. So that is what's keeping me up. And then on top of that, we are no longer getting these very, very noisy types of attacks, right? We're talking about ever since SolarWinds. I mean, when we're talking about a DLL file, a malicious DLL file that made its way into your environment, when having to download an update out of all things, that's how it got into your system. That's a very novel attack. And for it to be so successful, what makes you think, supply chain or any future attacks in that manner could occur with AI? It could be undetected just as much. So we have to be cautious. We have to move a little bit slow as much as we would like to implement AI. I think it's still something that we need to bring everyone aboard. And I think I heard, the collaboration aspect, make sure that you bring all your stakeholders. So at least with Treasury, like I said, I said this probably yesterday, before yesterday, we did establish a governance board. So the governance board right now is comprised of legal, a voting member from legal, a voting member from privacy, a voting member from strategy, obviously security, and then we have a number of advisors, right? This way, we could all, as one body, one entity representing Treasury, can make a decision to assess what is being introduced into our environment, right? We have no problems with introducing AI, but it just has to be a need, right? Is this something that the business need? How do we align AI against our strategic goals, right? So we have to look at it in a broader context and then assess it. What was done to assess it? How can we ensure that those protections are there? What access does it have? What kind of AI is it? Is it predictive? Is it gen? Is it, machine learning? So there are a number of things that we still have to mature, and hopefully over time, we'll get to a point where we'll all move at one pace and use AI in a very responsible manner, as well as use it to protect any of our assets and devices. Because the one advantage that it does have is that the speed in terms of looking at a vast amount of data is a huge benefit, especially when we're talking about, CDOs or chief data officers that are having to go through a vast amount of information. So it's beneficial, but we also have to use it within reason and balance it. So hopefully I'll get a chance to come back in few years and maybe kind of give you a readout of how things went. So anyway, that's all I have. So thank you guys unless anyone has any questions.
Yeah,
but
just one real quick question, and I think it's very interesting. The CDOs, how long have they been around? 5-6 years?
Oh,
now
no,
they're
less
your
than that,
partner. It
probably.
seems
Yeah.
like that when you started your career, you probably didn't interface with anything like that, and now it seems like you're interfacing with them left and right.
Right. Absolutely. I think our CDO, we've had a CDO now for about that time frame, 4 years, and they're also a voting member of the council as well.
Great. Well, thank you for that. That was a great way to close
Yep.
things up. And round of applause. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've been toying around at ATARC with doing a working group around cybersecurity and AI, since it's such a hot topic and it's an unknown topic. And as we found out from Sarah, she's grappling with lots of new new things she didn't have to deal with earlier in her career. So just to close the program, I want to thank our partners. They did a great job today. Some of them you got to hear from. The swag game was pretty good today. And we appreciate them. A round of applause for our partners. Thank you.